I got you. Yep.
Welcome to girls freshman volleyball on WLCS TV 20. Lorain entertaining Brunswick. Rob Polinsky, Mike Picciotti here with you from Lorain High School. Lorain with a first serve. Lorain in the white jerseys with the blue shorts. Brunswick has gray jerseys with blue shorts. There's freshman match with the middle hit. I should say from the front row, the middle hitter puts it out of bounds. That's a point for Brunswick. They lead 1-0. And for the freshmen for Lorain, they're going to line up this way. Jaden Gunner, Adrian Perez, Allie Miller, Carly Patterson. That was Yanalise Maldonado on that last hit, and Aubrey Noble. So Brunswick with the early 1-0 lead as we're underway. They play the best 2 out of 3. You go to 25, set by the Brunswick setter, which their numbers are not numeric, so it's going to take us a little time to get through this. Mike, they tried to give us the alternating alphabetical listed roster instead of numeric, which for those of you who make rosters at home, please don't do it that way because it makes our jobs all the much more tough. Just go 1 to 99 and run them that way. It's not something you have to overthink. Camacho with the serve for Lorain. And from the right side of the front row, hitting it into the net for the freshman is Claire McDaniel. So McDaniel puts it into the net for Brunswick, and Lorain has their first lead early on at 2-1. Mike Picciotti doing all the camera work for you tonight. Rob Polinsky here with you as well. From the back row, Blue Devils are going to try to set it over on the third hit, and that's McDaniel. She does so. That's Gunner. And on the third hit, Maldonado puts it back to the Brunswick side. It's set, and then the shot from the left side of the front row, well done. That is Tessa Zavarello with her first kill, and the setter is Julia Duniak. Duniak is the setter. So we're tied at 2, and now Brunswick takes a 3-2 lead as Camacho can't pass that forward. So this one gets underway about a half hour late, although I do think for those of you watching and that would like to know that normally we have pretty long delays between each match because you have to warm up and so forth. Evidently, they are going to use the auxiliary gym for that tonight, so I think we're going to have a lot shorter span in between matches, but we'll have to wait and see. But for those of you who are used to maybe a 25 or 30-minute delay in between, I don't think you're going to have that today. That's McDaniel serving for Brunswick, and that will go over the head of referee Mark Penna, and it's 5-2 Blue Devils as Brunswick has 4 straight points. Claire McDaniel, this freshman match, there you get a quick look at her. She serves it into the net, point for Lorain, and the Titans will serve down 3-5. And serving will be Yanalise Maldonado. Maldonado serve. And from the middle of the front row, sent back to Maldonado. Sent over to the Brunswick side. That's set by Duniak, hit over the net, and we're going to have, I believe, a young lady into the net. And that'll be a point for the Blue Devils. They lead 6-3. There you get a look at Carly Patterson for the Lorain Titans. Next to her, and that shot was her teammate and setter, Allie Miller. Ace off the serve at 7-3 Blue Devils. Serving is Duniak. Line drive serve. That will go into the net, and the Blue Devils have an 8-3 lead here early on. So talking with the head coach of the Varsity, Caprice Irby, she told me that even though they're in the same conference, this is the first meeting between these two schools, and it's their only meeting this year. Not sure how the GCC has conference games, but evidently you don't play everybody twice, so we've got a timeout for Lorain, quickly down 9-3. as they'll take their first time out of game one for the freshmen. And there you see a look at head coach Devin Bray addressing her team as they come into this match with a record of 5-6. Coach Bray told me they're very much looking forward to trying to get to 500 on this season. Our JV match coming up, Serena Rodriguez, her team is 11-5. And once we get to that varsity match with Coach Caprice Irby, her Titans are 12-5 overall. They're 4-2 in the GCC. Blue Devils back out onto the floor, out to the quick 9-3 lead. As they'll be serving, and again, it will be Juliet Duniak. Camacho sends it ahead to Allie Miller. Miller with the set for Carly Patterson. She'll dink it over, but it is out of bounds. Point for Brunswick, and that makes it 10-3 Blue Devils. Had the right idea, but just put it just wide and out of bounds, 10-3. Again from the back row, Camacho. Played over the net for the Titans by Aubrey Noble. And from the left side of the front row, unable to put it over was Zavarello. That'll give a point to the Titans, a much needed point, as they trail 10-4 here. You get a look at their libero is Aubrey Duncan for Brunswick. Saw her in that last shot. Serving for the Titans, Samaya Kozlowski. And it's hit into the net. That'll be a point for the Titans. So Kozlowski serves the point. Titans with 2 in a row. They've cut into the lead at 10-5. You play the best 2 out of 3, go to 25 points in a game, and you must win by at least 2 points. And there's an ace. Well done. An excellent serve by Kozlowski. 3 straight points for the Titans, and they're trailing 10-6. Again, a triple header of girls volleyball on WLCS TV 20. Serving Kozlowski. Good serve. And Brunswick on the third hit. Unable. No, they do get it over the net. Well done, and they get the point. Wow, I never thought that would get over from the back row. And it did, and that's well done by the Blue Devils. They lead 11-6. Broke my cardinal rule there, Mike. You just describe what you see. You don't anticipate. And well done by Brunswick. There's a line drive serve, and getting that serve to fall in is going to be Zavarello. Tessa Zavarello, there he is. Get a look at the young lady. Her team up 12-6. They've doubled up the Titans here early on in game one. Zavarello with the jump serve. That's played by Gunner, the libero for Lorain. Carly Patterson, middle of the front row, sends it all the way back to Zavarello. Hit to the left side of the front row and hit well out of bounds. That time by Abby Hilt. Point for Lorain. They cut the lead to 12-7. Now serving for the Titans will be Aubrey Noble. Aubrey with the running jump serve, and she'll put it into the net. Missed serve gives the point to Brunswick. They lead 13-7. When those go in, they are so hard to return, but your serving percentage obviously a little bit lower when you do it like that. But when it works, it's good. Now the serve for Brunswick by Lila Kay is sent over the net by the Titans. There's the set from the left side of the front row. Brunswick gets the point, as once again it is Abby Hilt giving her team a 14-7 lead. Gunner did a good job of getting to it, but she couldn't pass it forward, and that gives the point to Brunswick. It is Lila Kay, the left-handed young lady serving. You get a good look at Lila right there. You don't see a lot of lefties serving. Lila sends it over, and that is going to go wide and out of bounds. Point for Lorain. They trail 15-8. So serving is Jaden Gunner, the libero for Lorain. Her team down 15-8 in game one. And she'll send it ahead. And unable to hit the serve return that time was Abby Hilt. Point for Lorain. It's 15-9. Gunner again. And sent back to the Titans. There's a set. Middle of the front row, hitting it too far and out of bounds that time was Maldonado off the set of Allie Miller. So unable to convert, and it's 16-9 Brunswick. And going back to serve for the Blue Devils is Mackenzie Williamson. Williamson to Gunner. Miller tried to put it over the net, hit it into the net. Point for Brunswick, 17-9. So instead of setting for a teammate to hit it right there, Allie Miller tried to put it over the net, wasn't able to do so. Blue Devils serving, Gunner. They send it ahead and sent over by Allie Miller. Set for Duniak of Brunswick. Now from the back row, Jaylee Ferguson. Lorain gets it over. There's a set by Duniak and putting it into the net. Point for Lorain as Abby Hilt couldn't get it over the net. Makes it 17-10 Brunswick. And subbing in for the Titans is Kozlowski. She'll come in for Jaylee Ferguson. And serving will be Allie Miller. Miller, good line drive serve that's sent back to the Titans. Miller with the set, middle of the front row, and that's going to be a point for Lorain off the top of the net on the kill by Yanalise Maldonado. And that'll make it 17-11. Titans are getting a little bit closer now as Brunswick has dominated most of game one. Miller again to serve, that time off the top of the net, that's an ace. 17-12 Brunswick. We were tied at 1 and 2, and after the 2-2 tie, Brunswick scored for the next 5 points and never trailed or were tied once again. So we have had no lead changes in game one. There's the set, and it will go into the net. That's a point for the Titans. And all of a sudden, Lorain is as close as they've been in quite a while at 17-13. Last time they were down by only 4 points, it was 10-6. Miller, good deep serve, another point for Lorain, and one is wondering when Brunswick may be thinking about a timeout here. They lead 17-14. Freshman coach is Lisa Gross for the Brunswick Blue Devils. She's given instructions to her team. There you see smiling. And they get it over the net, but out of bounds. Another point for the Titans at 17-15. And Lorain has now scored 6 straight points. They were down 17-9 at 17-15. Miller serving, her team down 2. That's an ace. 17-16. Boy, a beautiful serve by Miller. Brunswick thought it was going to go out of bounds, and the back row watched it land in. Aubrey Duncan, the libero, was back there, but elected to have that one land on the gym floor, and it was in, and that time Miller puts it into the net, and that will end the run and gives Brunswick an 18-16 lead. And the Blue Devils now to sub. They'll bring Isabella Schumann, and Schumann comes in to serve. Isabella Schumann, number 27, is set to serve. She does so to Gunter. Miller with the set, left side of the front row. Miscommunication there on the left side for the Titans being between Kozlowski and Maldonado. It falls in between them, and that's a big point for Brunswick. They lead 19-16. And that serve goes into the net. Titans get a point and the serve, trailing 19-17. Subbing in for the Blue Devils is going to be Hilt, as she'll replace Schumann, who was just in the serve. And now Hilt goes to play the back row. Camacho serving for Lorain. Left side of the front row. Nicely done by the Blue Devils, and that's, again, Tessa Zavarello. That's a couple times from that spot on the left side of that front row that number 19 has put it down. She appears to like that spot on the floor. Her team leads 20-17, and serving it will be Claire McDaniel. McDaniel to Gunner. Gunner, now left side of the front row, they put it into the net, and unable to get it over that time was Aubrey Noble. And Brunswick's back in front 21-17, and Lorain takes their second timeout here of game one. So Titans got as close to 2 at 18-16, but since then Brunswick on a 3-1 run leads 21-17. We would like to thank Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers and Joyce Buick GMC for supporting our school this year. Whether you're looking for a new Buick GMC truck or used Buick SUV, drop in at Joyce Buick GMC and check out their inventory for a wide range of new and pre-owned vehicles. Go Titans from Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers. Titans to serve. I'm sorry, Blue Devils serving. And it's Claire McDaniel. Her team up 21-17. Late stages game one, freshman volleyball. Camacho ahead to Allie Miller. She'll send it over on the third hit, back to the Blue Devil side. Now the Devils got to get over this time. They do so, dug out beautifully by Miller. Set, and on the third hit, it's sent over by the Titans. There's a set for Brunswick by Duniak, and they are going to get the point. Duniak got it over to Zavarello. She gets the kill, and the Blue Devils are 3 points away from game one. 22-17 Brunswick, and serving it'll be Claire McDaniel. McDaniel, good line drive serve. Titans aren't able to get there as Maldonado sent it backwards. Gunner passed it ahead, but nobody there to dig it out. Lands on the floor, and Brunswick 2 points away from game number one in a 1-0 lead. Left side of the front row, Aubrey Noble into the net. We're at game point. So give Brunswick credit. Lorain had cut it all the way to 1 at 17-16. And since then, it has been 7-1 in favor of Brunswick. Gunner from the back row is sent over by Miller. Set by Duniak to Zavarello, block right back at her. Again, middle of the front row. Miller digs it out. Noble sends it over, and that finds a hole in the Brunswick defense. Point for Lorain, and it's 24-18 Brunswick. Lorain stays alive. As we get a look at Aubrey Noble. Now back to serve is Maldonado. She needs to serve 6 in a row to keep Lorain in this match. First serve is well done, sent back to the Lorain side. And on the third hit, Titans are able to get it over. There's a set by Duniak, again to the left side of that front row, but yep, one of the Titans went into the net, and that gives Brunswick the game point and the match, or I should say the game. So Brunswick wins game one, 25-18. We'll take a very short timeout. We'll be back with game two, freshman girls volleyball from Lorain High School. You're watching girls freshman volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
we want to create a fun, safe environment.
Here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing? Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
We need your support.
So let's bring the energy
Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect.
Let's Go Titans.
We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go, Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Game two just about set to get underway. Rob Polinsky, Mike Pachotti with you. Brunswick with a 1-0 lead after defeating Lorain 25-18 in game one, and they're going to get the first point of game two as that good line drive serve that time. And that is going to be from freshman Mackenzie Williamson. There you see Mackenzie, and Brunswick has the 1-0 lead. No lead changes in game one. We had two ties at 1-0 and at 2-0. I'm sorry, at 1-1 and 2-2. Lorain, once they've trailed 3-2, they never regained the lead. They only had one lead in game one, and it was at 2-1. And they cut it to 1 at 17-16, but from that point on, they were outscored 8-2 to end the match. From the middle of the front row, sending it over is Perez, and it goes sent back over by the Blue Devils, set by Miller. There's Perez, left side of the front row, and her kill attempt is wide and out, and Brunswick has the first 3 points of game two. Williamson. And left side of the front row, putting that over is Kozlowski. And Perez can't get it over the net, and it's 4-0 Blue Devils. So Brunswick has the 1-0 lead, 25-18. You play the best 2 of 3. So Brunswick, if they win this match, they get the sweep. If Lorain can win game 2, then we would have a third and deciding game. Gunter sends it ahead to Miller. Miller puts it to the Brunswick side, and it's sent back over and down. And for the Blue Devils, that's Julia Duniak. The setter gets that point, and it's 5-0 Blue Devils. So Brunswick out to a quick lead here as they try to make short work in this match. Gunter right back to the Blue Devil side, and it's now 6-0. Coach Bray's team might be in need of an early timeout. You only get 2 per game. You hate to take one this early, but down 1-0 and 6-0. Gunter. And from the left side of the front row, and that's going to be hit out, and that'll be a point for Brunswick, 7-0. As that was a good kill attempt by Maldonado, and it's 7-0. Left side of the front row into the net. That time was Maldonado, and it's 8-0 Blue Devils. And Blue Devils that time played it, might have went out of bounds, but racing back there to try to play that one was Zavarello, and that'll give Lorain their first point as they trail 8-1. Serving will be Allie Miller. And there's another point for Lorain, as unable to get that was Mackenzie Williamson. Williamson then got it to Aubrey Duncan, who couldn't play it, and it's 8-2. Titans with a long way to go here. Down. That is out of bounds. That'll be a point for the Blue Devils. 9-2 Brunswick. Sent over by Miller. There's the set by Duniak, and a nice block to net by the Titans. They get the point. It's 9-3. Serving is Adrian Perez. There's a set. And hitting it into the net and unable to get it over at that time is Zavarello. Lorain now with their best run of this game 2, and they are down 9-4. So Titans down 9-4 with some work to do. Perez can't get the serve over the net, and Brunswick gets the serve back in a 10-4 lead. And going back to serve is Lila Kay. If I remember right, she's the lefty. And the jump serve into the net. Point for Lorain. They're down 10-5. She was indeed the lefty. Titans serving, trailing 10-5. And serving it will be Yanalise Maldonado. Middle of the front row, sending it back over to Maldonado, to Miller. Miller sends it backwards, and the Titans can't get there. Brunswick with an 11-5 lead. Good freshman coach Lisa Gross for Brunswick, having a conversation with one of our officials, Mark Penna, down on the floor. And that's dug out nicely by the Titans. Good job, but they can't get it over on the third hit, but that was dug out very nicely by Sammy Kozlowski. 12-5, Brunswick. Blue Devils up 1-0, trying to make quick work of the Titans here in this freshman match. It's going to be 13-5. Titans were down 17-16 in game one, but when Brunswick got the late momentum and won at 25-18, they kept that momentum from that 8-2 run to end game one, and it carried right over into game two as they took an 8-0 lead and have never looked back. There's the set, Duniak, and the hit on the left side of the front row. That's another point for Zavarello, and it's 14-5 Blue Devils. Julia Duniak. I also understand we'll see her in the JV match coming up a little bit later when I was getting some of the lineups and numbers and so forth from the coaches. They let me know that. And unable to dig that one out for Lorain was Adrian Perez, and now we've got the substitution here as Perez will come out. Camacho comes back in. 15-5 Brunswick. There you quickly saw Eliana Camacho, where's number 13. And it gets over her head and can't hit it forward. 16-5 Blue Devils. Lorain has led once in this match, and that was in game one at 2-1. That's been it. And there's another ace in front of Camacho. 17-5 timeout, Coach Bray and Lorain. So the Titans, with their first timeout, they're in trouble here in game two, trailing 17-5 as the Titans lost game one 25-18. And as we mentioned earlier, you get a look at Coach Bray and the kids as it gives them instructions. That momentum from the end of game one has certainly carried over here to game two. There's a look at Brunswick. We want to let you know that Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is conveniently located throughout Northeast Ohio. To find care for your athlete, visit clevelandclinic.org/sportscare. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is proud to be the official medical provider for Lorain High School and Titus. An injury can happen to your athlete during a practice or game. Self-schedule an appointment with a sports medicine specialist online at visitclevelandclinic.org/athlete-care. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti bringing you Lorain girls freshman volleyball. Game two, Brunswick up 17-5. Titans send it over. There's the set by Duniak. Zavarello with the hit that's dug out by Abby Miller. Sent back over for the Titans by Kozlowski. On the third hit, the Blue Devils will send it over, and that's a point, as that one might have been going out of bounds, but Camacho played it. It was close. Point to the Blue Devils, and they lead 18-5. Sent over and out of bounds, 19-5. Duniak set, Zavarello dinks it over, 20-5 Brunswick. They're 5 points away from this match. And they have rallied off 10 consecutive points. It was 10-5, and now it's 20-5. Dug out by Aubrey Noble for Lorain. Sent over on the third hit, but it was out of bounds. That'll be a point for Brunswick as Carly Patterson, I think, couldn't get it. It was not inside the antenna. That ball was hit on the outside of the antenna, so that's a point for Brunswick. It's 21-5. Good deep serve. Camacho plays it ahead, and unable to get over there was Kozlowski. 22-5, 12 straight for the Blue Devils. And they are on quite a roll here. So big time runs for the Blue Devils. They scored the first 8 points to go up 8-0. Lorain scratched back to make it 10-5, but then 12 in a row for the Blue Devils so far has made it 22-5. Miller sends it to the back row for the Blue Devils. Played to the setter, Duniak, over to Zavarello. She sends it back to the Titan side. Miller again, the set for Noble. Noble dinks it over to the Blue Devil side. The libero, Duncan, hits it, and it's blocked at the net. Nice job, Carly Patterson. Point for the Titans. They get the serve back, but they trail 22-6. And serving is Samaya Kozlowski. Kozlowski sends it over. And from the back of the backside, Brunswick sends it back over. Aubrey Noble, left side of the front row with a good serve off the top of the net, lands on the Blue Devil side, 22-7. So 2 consecutive points for the Titans, but they need a whole lot more than that, as Kozlowski will serve with her team down 15. That missed serve gives the Blue Devils a point and a 23-7 lead. And subbing in for Brunswick, or I'm sorry, for Lorain is Jaylee Ferguson, whereas number 6 there is Jaylee. Saw her in game 1. Serving is Tessa Zavarello. Set from Miller, and that's a point for the Titans. Nice job not getting into the net by Carly Patterson. And that gives the Titans the point, and they trail 23-8. Sub coming in, Tink Oliver for the freshman team. Tink Oliver wears number 4 for Lorain. Noble, jump serve, line drive, too far, match point, 24-8. It was on a line drive, she got it over the net, but it was just past the end line, and we're at match point for the Blue Devils. And serving for the match is libero Aubrey Duncan. Duncan with a good high, deep serve. Tink Oliver sends it back over to the Blue Devil side. There's the set. Here's the hit for the match, and putting it into the net were the Blue Devils, and that was Abby Hilt. So the Titans survive their first match point. It's 24-9. Gunter serving for Lorain. Gunter. Lilt sends it back over to the Titans. Tink Oliver will set that wide, out of bounds, match to Brunswick. So Brunswick wins game 1, 25-18, and they win game 2, 25-9, as the two teams you see there shake hands. With the win, the freshman for Brunswick will go to 6-11, and with the loss, Lorain will drop to 5-7. So congratulations to the freshman team for Brunswick. They win it by a score of 25-18 and 25-9. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back. We'll have JV girls volleyball for you coming up right after this. You've been watching Freshman Girls Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television. And welcome back as we get set for junior varsity volleyball. Like we told you, they were not taking the 20 minutes in between. They had the girls warm up in the auxiliary gym since Brunswick was a half hour late in getting here. And we get underway relatively quickly after that JV match. Lorain leads 1-0 as we are just getting underway. And serving for the junior varsity is Giabello Kalas. Kayla is serving for Serena Rodriguez's team, which comes in at 11-5. Missed serve into the net. We're tied at 1. Starting for Lorain, Aubriella Noble, Lanaya Smith, Shania Smith, Lania Moon, Myasia Cheers, and Giabello Kalas. Serving for the Blue Devils and hitting that out just a little too far for the Blue Devils is Cadence Jenny. And that makes it 2-1 Lorain. So the Titans with a 2-1 lead here early on. Serving for the Titans as they lead 2-1, and they get that point to go up 3-1 is Lonnie Williams. Lonnie, a sophomore. Now this sophomore, this JV team is intermixed with freshmen and sophomores for Lorain, and Brunswick has freshmen, sophomore, and juniors on their roster. Williams with the serve, her team up 3-1. That one is well set to the back row and sending it over on the third hit for the Blue Devils. That goes out of bounds, 4-1. Sending that too far and over again is Reese Reynolds. So it's 4-1 Titans in game 1. Just like the freshmen, you play 2 out of 3. You play to 25, and you must win by at least 2 points. Brunswick freshmen won 2 games to none over the Titans. And the right side of the front row with the kill attempt. Williams went to save it, couldn't do so. That was a good kill by McKenna Bowie. And it's 5-2, or 4-2, I'm sorry, Lorain with the lead. So Lorain leads game 1, 4-2. So going back to serve is the libero, Kalovic. Serves it out of bounds, point to the Titans. They lead 5-2. Then following this JV match, we'll have varsity girls volleyball. Julia Duniak wears number 30. She's up from the freshman team. She wore number 9 and was the setter on the freshman team. I would imagine she's the setter for this team too, and there she goes, right on cue. Sets it for a teammate. Another set, dinked right back over and done a good job by the front row of the Lorain line. And for Lorain, that front row, that was Shania Smith. 6-2 Titans. Now serving for Lorain is Lanaya Moon. And miscommunication for Brunswick after the first hit. It was dug out by Reese Reynolds, but nobody else was there for the Blue Devils. And Lorain takes a 7-2 lead and a timeout early on here in game 1 for the Blue Devils and their head coach, Megan Kupich. So Coach Kupich with the timeout, and that makes it 7-2. And while we've got a second, we would want to remind you that if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, look no further than Joyce Buick GMC. They offer a diverse selection of Buick and GMC sedans, trucks, and SUVs that can fit any lifestyle or budget. Joyce Buick GMC and Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers are proud sponsors of the Lorain High School Titans. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti here with you from Lorain High School. Triple header of volleyball, freshman, JV, and varsity. As we are on the final day of September. Serving is Lanaya Moon. She is a sophomore. Lanaya and her team up 7-2, sends it over. And it is set by the Blue Devils. It gets sent back from the back row. It was played nicely by Cadence Jenny. And there's a block by the Titans, Shania Smith in the middle of the front row. Dinked back over, dug out by Lonnie Williams, but hit it out of bounds. And Brunswick will take the point, trailing 7-3. And let's see for Brunswick. Going back to serve, that is Madison Gross. Madison Gross wears number 26 on the alphabetic Brunswick roster. Lonnie Williams sends it back over. Duniak sends it over for Brunswick, and they get the point, and they cut the lead to 7-4. So the Blue Devils have scored 2 consecutive points. And again, Madison Gross serving. And it's dug out by the libero for Lorain. That's Dasani Smalls. Sent back over. Duniak with a set. Blocked nicely by Shania Smith. She is really doing a good job on the front row for Lorain. There's a set. Smith sends it back over to the Blue Devils. Set by Duniak, left side of the front row. Dug out. Smalls will just get it over, and it's sent back. That time by Duniak, and the Blue Devils, with 3 consecutive points, have cut the lead to 7-5. I think Lorain would have liked to set up the offense on that instead of having Smalls. I think that was a mishit on her part on the first hit by putting it back over. And now Gross to serve her team down 2. Good line drive serve. Passed ahead. Smith will send it back to the Blue Devils. Duniak with the set, sent back over. Lonnie Williams dug it out. Right side of the front row. Dinking that over for the Titans that time was Myasia Cheers. And it's back to the libero, Kavalik. For the Titans, just getting it over the net was Kayla's. And it's blocked well at the net. Good rally, longest rally of the match. Set, Smith winds up, cranks up, and that's going to be good. Nobody back home in the back corner for Brunswick, and it's 8-5. So nice job by Shania Smith, who is really playing well here in game 1. And going back to serve is freshman Anaya Patton. Patton with the jump serve, puts it into the net. Point for Brunswick. 8-6 Lorain. Last match we had here was Shaker Heights and Lorain. Patton played in the freshman match and the JV, but today she did not appear in the freshman. So Patton is, as a freshman, is dressing now just for the JVs. Patton that time sends it over, but just out of bounds. And that was just wide. It's 8-7. And serving for the Blue Devils is Reese Reynolds, a sophomore. Reese trying to tie game 1 at 8. Reese with a good line drive serve, and it's going to be a point for Brunswick as Dasani Smalls couldn't play it. And we are tied at 8. Our last tie was at 1. So the Blue Devils with a good comeback. Smalls sends it over. Played by the Blue Devils. Again, Duniak sends it over to the Titan side. Here's the set, middle of the front row, and that's a point. And the Blue Devils take their first lead of game 2 at 9-8. Or game 1, I'm sorry. Getting ahead of myself. Reese Reynolds serving. Her team up 9-8 after Blue Devils get their first lead of this match. From the back row, Small sends it to Shania Smith, who sends it back to the Blue Devil side. Set by Duniak, and the spike attempt from the left side of the front row is good. And they make it 10-8, and that time, that spike was Carmen Yarmish. Yarmish with the spike, 10-8, and a timeout for Lorain. So after it was 7-2 and Brunswick took a timeout, Lorain takes their first one as they are down 10-8. So in between the timeouts, that was a 8-1 run for the Brunswick Blue Devils. Give them a lot of credit there as they talk things over. You see the coaching staff for Lorain, Coach Williams. And we want to remind you that an injury can happen to your athlete during a practice or game. Self-schedule an appointment with a sports medicine specialist online and visit clevelandclinic.com/athlete-care. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine, they are proud to be the official sponsor, or the official medical provider, I should say, for Lorain High School and Titus. Rob Polinsky with you, Mike Paciotti doing the camera work. Last day of September 2025. Little worthless information here for you, Mike. I try to do this from time to time. Mentioned that today is the last day of September. 70 years ago today, what Hollywood actor was killed in a car crash, or else who knows what he might have done, ended his young career?
Steve McQueen.
Not Steve McQueen, but not a bad guess. It would be James Dean.
That was my second guess.
James Dean. It's always the second guess. 70 years ago today, James Dean died in a car crash at the age of 24. He was in 3 movies, and who knows what would have happened had he lived. But little useless trivia for you there, Mike. Don't know why I always remember that, but I do. 11-8 Blue Devils. Smalls from beyond the back row, and it goes into the Lorain bench. Look out, heads up, as the Titans trying to get to that ball and that point to keep it alive, go tumbling into the bench. Boy, Patton and Williams, give them credit. They bounce back up and have a laugh over it. If that was Picciotti or I, we'd be on the IL for a couple of weeks. 12-8, Brunswick with the lead. And they have scored 7 straight points. That serve goes long and out of bounds. Lorain gets a much-needed point, and they'll get the serve back down 12-9. Williams comes out for Lorain. And coming in to serve is Aubriella Noble, and she serves it into the net. Point for the Blue Devils, 13-9. An 11-2 run for Brunswick since they were trailing 7-2, and they took a timeout. 12-2 as Shania Smith couldn't play that one. (14-9). Left side of the front row, sending it over is Lania Smith. Gross sends it back over to the Titans. There's the set, and the windup and the point is going to go to Lorain as Lania Smith was able to get that kill. 14-10 Blue Devils. Serving is libero Dasani Small. She's a sophomore. High and wide and well out of bounds. 15-10 Blue Devils. Blue Devil sub, McKenna Bowie back in. And Julia Duniak serving. Duniak's line drive serve, played dug out by Patton. Set to the left side of the front row. Duniak with a set, and sending it well out of bounds was Carmen Yarmish for Brunswick. 15-11 Blue Devils lead. And for Lorain coming in is Myasia Cheers. Well, they've given that point to Brunswick. Oh, now they fix it. It is 15-11 Brunswick. Yarmish from the back side of the front row, or back row, can't pass it ahead. That'll be a point for the Titans, and Lorain is back to within 3 at 15-12. So they're battling back here in game 1. Giabella Calez, a sophomore, serving. Her team 3 points away from a tie, puts it off the top of the net. Point to the Blue Devils at 16-12. Each team has taken a timeout. They have 1 remaining. And serving and getting the point for Brunswick as Lorain is unable to send that back over is Carmen Yarmish. 17-12. Yarmish hits that one off of Myasia Cheers. 18-12 Blue Devils. And Lorain takes their second and final timeout of game 2. So Brunswick has scored 3 straight points ever since Lorain got it to within 3 at 15-12, and they put a 3-point lead back out to 6. So here you look at Coach Rodriguez and her JV team that comes in at 11-5. The JV team for Brunswick with a record of 6-11. Following this, we'll have the girls varsity match coming up. Coach Caprice Irby in her 4th year at Lorain. Her team at 12-5, 4-2 in the GCC. And it'll be their first matchup with Brunswick. Coach Irby told me that this is a big one for her team in that GCC conference. Going back to serve is Cameron Yarmish. Yarmish sends that one too far, and it's out of bounds. Point to the Titans. They trail 18-13. Sub coming in. Yarmish goes out, and coming in to replace her in the back row defensively is Cadence Jenny, number 29. Serving for Lorain, sophomore Lonnie Williams. She wears number 2 on her uniform. Williams sends it, dug out, set by Duniak, sent over on the 3rd hit, and it goes over for the Brunswick Blue Devils. And with that kill was Reese Reynolds. She wears number 15 on her Blue Devil uniform. Blue Devils lead 19-13. Serving is libero Callie Kavalik. Kavalik sends that too far and out of bounds. 19-14 Blue Devils out in front of Lorain. So Brunswick up 19-14. Set. Sent over 3rd hit, but it was out of bounds. Point to Lorain. They trail 15-19. So Lorain very much in this match. In game 1, they trail by 4 points, and they are serving. And that is going to be serving for Lorain, Lanaya Moon. And cranking it up was Shania Smith, but she couldn't get it over the net. Point for Brunswick, and the Blue Devils lead 20-15. Coming in to serve for Brunswick, 5 points away from game 1, is junior Madison Gross. And she'll serve a point. Lorain can't pass that ahead. 21-15. Blue Devils. Gross again. Pelez with the set. And from the right side of the front row, it's going to be a point for Brunswick because getting into the net was Myasia Cheers. 22-15 Blue Devils. Pelez tried to set that to Cheers, but set it too far, and she went into the net as she tried to get there for her team. Gross again serving. Her team 3 points away from the first game. Dug out by Smalls, but she sends it over to the scorers table, 23-15. Blue Devils won the freshman match, 25-18, 25-9. Smalls to Kalas, who's going to set up Cheers. Cheers would get the kill and a point for Lorain. They trail 23-16. So good job that time for Lorain getting into their offense. Patton will replace Cheers. And Patton, Anaya, will go back to serve. The freshman gets it over the net. Hit over by Duniak. Kalez with the set, middle of the front row. Smith winds up, has a block right back at her, and we're at game point. Boy, that was well done for the Blue Devils. It was Haley Cooper there. As she went up strong, blocked it right back, and it's game point for Brunswick. Olivia Kalinowski, a sophomore, serving for Brunswick. And Kalinowski puts it into the net. And Lorain holds off game point number one. They trail 24-17, but they've got to serve 7 consecutive points to keep this going. And to try to do that is going to be freshman Aubrey Noble. Noble's first serve. Set by Duniak, right side of the front row. It is dug out nicely by the Titans. Smith will send it over, and there's a point for Lorain as they now trail 24-18. Serve goes into the net, and that's game one to Brunswick, 25-18. So the Blue Devils take game one, 25-18. You get a look at Brunswick as they head back to the bench. We're going to take a timeout. We come back, we'll have game two with Brunswick leading 1-0 as they win game one, 25-18. You are watching girls junior varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun and safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing? Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID. If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect.
Let's go Titans.
We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun and safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing? Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID. If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect.
Let's go Titans.
We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Getting set for game two, Brunswick will serve to Lorain. Brunswick in the white jerseys with blue shorts, Lorain gray jerseys with blue shorts. And that's Patton from the back row, Calez with the set, Moon with the first kill attempt, dug out nicely by the Blue Devils. Duniak, and they sent it over on the third hit by their libero Kavalik. And Aubrey Noble with a cross-court kill attempt that goes wide and out of bounds, and that will be a point for Brunswick as they lead 1-0. So the Blue Devils won the first game 25-18. Serving is Madison Gross, dug out by Patton. Calez again for Moon, and that's going to be an illegal hit by the libero for Brunswick, who tried to return that kill attempt, unable to do so. We're tied at 1. All smiles there for the libero, Callie Kavalik. She knew it, as did the officials here today. In game 1, we had a tie at 1 and a tie at 8, and that was it. After we were tied at 8, Brunswick will go on a 17-10 run to win the match. So Dasani Smalls for the set. That on the third hit is hit over by Aubrey Noble. Set by Kavalik, and she set it for Haley Cooper, who puts it down, and Brunswick now leads 2-1. So the Blue Devils regain the lead at 2-1. Sub coming in for Brunswick, as it will be Cameron Yarmish. We saw her, number 19, in game 1. And serving into the net for the Blue Devils is Reese Reynolds, and we have our second tie at 2. Serving for Lorain, it'll be Lonnie Williams. Dug out, battle at the net, won by the Titans. They get the point, as hitting it over the net is Linnea Smith, the freshman for the Titans. 3-2 for Lorain. Williams to serve for team up 3-2. Line drive into the net, and it's 3 apiece. Neither team able to get any momentum or consecutive points here in the early going of game 2, and it's Haley Cooper serving. Cooper sends it, Smalls to Williams. She'll dink it over to the Brunswick side. Kavalik with a set, left side of the front row, unable to get it over the net. Were the Blue Devils and Yarmish, and that'll be a point for Lorain. They lead 4-3. Jump serve for the Titans for Lanaya Moon. And it's a point for the Titans. They lead 5-3. Sub Reese Reynolds back in for Brunswick. And for the Blue Devils, coming out of this match is Olivia Kalinowski. Lanaya Moon. And it goes off the antenna. And that'll be a point for Lorain. 3 straight points for the Titans. We're tied at 6. I'm sorry, Lorain leads 6-3. Maya Smith, again, try to serve it. Side of the front row. Played over by Calez. Dug out by Madison Gross for Brunswick. Dink back over. And on the Titans' third hit, Calez gets there. And there's a kill attempt that went too long. And that'll be a point for the Titans. In there now for the Brunswick team is Mackenzie Herrick. She's a sophomore. 7-3 Titans. So Anaya Moon doing a good job serving here for Lorain. And Herrick again puts it over. That's too far. 8-3 Titans. We were tied at 3. Titans have run off 5 in a row to take some early momentum in game 2. They need to win this to tie it and send us into a third and decisive set. Set for Calais, middle of the front row, Shania Smith, and she'll get the point off that double block attempt that fell on the Brunswick side. And Lorain playing well, leading 9-3. And checking in now will be Cadence Jenny. She wears number 29. She comes back into the Brunswick lineup into the front row. Herrick sends it and trying to get there was Moon diving for her, couldn't get there. That ends the 6-0 run for Lorain, and Brunswick trails 9-4. Coming in for the Blue Devils is Mackenzie Bowie. She's a junior. And there's a point for the Brunswick Blue Devils, as serving and getting that to fall in is Julia Duniak. Again, she was the setter on the freshman team. Duniak, the freshman, good line drive serve, sent right back to her. Herrick, instead of setting it, will send it back over to Smalls in the back row for Lorain, and they'll hit it into the net. As unable to get that over was Lania Smith, and it's 9-6 Titans by 3. Brunswick with 3 in a row after trailing 9-3. And unable to get there was Patton. Brunswick with another point, 4-0 run. They cut the lead to 9-7. Titans can't return that serve. It's 9-8, 5-0 run, and with that, Coach Serena Rodriguez wants a timeout for Lorain, so they'll take their first timeout, trying to put a halt to this 5-0 run of Brunswick as the Blue Devils have cut the lead to 9-8. We had ties at 1, 2, and 3. Then Lorain would get 6 straight points to go up 9-3. Brunswick with 5 in a row to cut it to 9-8 until Coach Rodriguez took that timeout. There you look at Serena Rodriguez talking with her JV team. Game 1 of this junior varsity match. The Titans come in with a record of 11-5. Brunswick at 6-11. Julia Duniak serving. Sends it over, and that is going to be just wide and out of bounds. Point for Lorain. They lead 10-8. Myasia Cheers, sophomore. Back to serve for Lorain. Myasia sends it. And that is going to be a good point for Lorain as that one makes it 11-8 Titans. Another point for the Titans. They lead 12-8 as they are trying to tie this match at a game apiece. Losing game 1, 25-18. Brunswick trying to end this in 2, but Lorain up 12-8. They're about halfway to getting this evened at a game apiece. Duniak on the left side of the front row, sent back over. Nicely done by Bowie. Again, the set from Duniak. And it's sent over to the Titans side. Kayla's to Shania Smith. Dug out by the Blue Devils. Sent over by Herrick. Again, it's Herrick at the left side of the front row. And her teammate, the libero Kavalik, sends it over. Battle at the net this time. They set up over on the left side of the front row. Lania Smith puts it down. Titans up 13-8. Titans on a 4-0 run after having their lead cut to 1 at 9-8. They now lead 13-8. Serve is going to go long. 13-9 gives Brunswick the point and the serve. Coming back in for the Titans is Allie Miller, a freshman who we saw in the freshman match. Herrick serving for Brunswick. Allie Miller gets it ahead. Sent over by Shania Smith. Sent back by Reese Reynolds for Brunswick. And a block at the net. Brunswick got to get it over this time. Reese Reynolds does so. Lorain will play it. And from the middle of the front row, hitting it over is Shania Smith. Set, Kavalik for Herrick. Herrick had it dug out by Lonnie Williams. Good long rally, longest rally of game 2. Reese Reynolds again, that time she'll get it with the kill from the left side of the front row. Went off the top of the net, fell onto the Titans side, and Brunswick cuts the lead to 13-10. Slight delay here. Something going on at the scores table. And we're set to resume. Jump serve by Mackenzie Herrick, the sophomore. Smith sends it back over. Herrick dives to keep that alive. There's Miller with the set for Smith. Again, it's set up now for Lania Smith. Mackenzie Herrick to the back row. Dasani Smalls plays it ahead, and that'll be a point for the Blue Devils. 13-11, Lorain. Smalls hit it too far. It went into the net. Lorain couldn't get there, and that gives the point to Brunswick. And again, serving is Mackenzie Herrick. Middle of the front row, Shania Smith. Puts it back. Kavalik. Now back over to the Blue Devils. Shania Smith. And that one's going to be a point as Lania Smith sent it over, and Lorain gets the point and a 14-11 lead. Number 6 is Lania Smith. Number 8 for Lorain is Shania Smith. And that is Lania Smith back to serve. Good deep serve, and that's going to be an ace. It lands on the line. As the Blue Devils thought it was going to go out of bounds, they watched it, and it was not. And Brunswick wants their first time out of game 2 as they trail here by a score of 15-11. So the Blue Devils take their first time out of game 2. Each team has one remaining. And we would like to thank the Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers and Joyce Buick GMC for supporting our school this year. Whether you're looking for a new GMC truck or a used Buick SUV, drop in at Joyce Buick GMC and check out their inventory for a wide range of new and pre-owned vehicles. Go Titans. Here you look at the Lorain bench. Coach Serena Rodriguez, her team up 15-11 of this JV match. They're down 1-0 as they need to win this to tie it, to send it to a third and deciding game. Serving, Linnea Smith. Her team up 15-11. Linnea sends it over. Herrick passing ahead. Dinked over to the right side of the front row for the Blue Devils. Battle at the net. Again, Lorain's going to get that point. Shania Smith doing a good job. 16-11 Titans. McKenna Bowie wears number 10 for the Blue Devils as she's been in their last couple of plays. Serve into the net. 16-12 Lorain. And there's Bowie. And serving is Callie Kavalik. Kavalik sends it over. Right side of the front row. Abby Miller, cross court. Back to the Blue Devils. Set and hitting it was Reese Reynolds into the net. Point for Lorain, 17-12 Titans. Looking more and more like maybe we'll have a third and deciding game in this JV match. The freshman match was won in 2 games by Brunswick, 25-18, 25-9. And the JV match, well, Brunswick won the first game 25-18, but Titans have turned the tables here in game 2, leading 17-12 as we await the serve of Shania Smith. There it is. And at the middle of the front row, unable to get it over, was number 30 for Brunswick. And 30 again is Juliet Duniak. Juliet Duniak, number 30. Titans with the set for Moon. Moon puts it into the net. The set came from Allie Miller, and Lanias Moon put it into the net. Point makes it 18-13. Serving for Brunswick, Madison Gross. Her team down 5. Gross puts it in play. Allie Miller with a set. Moon sends it back over, and that's a good kill for Moon. 19-13 Lorain. Titans 6 points away from evening this match at a game apiece. And going back to serve is freshman Allie Miller. Miller sends it deep into the corner and just a little too deep. It went just out of bounds. 19-14. Coming in for the Blue Devils. Is Cameron Yarmish, a sophomore. Reese Reynolds serving. Dug out by Patton. Well done. Allie Miller with the set for Moon. Puts it into the net. 19-15. Blue Devils down by 4. Reese Reynolds, a sophomore. Line drive serve, and that is wide and out of bounds. 20-15. So the Titans are 5 points away from evening this match at a game apiece and sending us to a third game. And coming in to serve is sophomore Lonnie Williams. And we're going to get a timeout for the Blue Devils. So Brunswick takes their final timeout. Lorain has 1 remaining. And Lorain with a 20-15 lead as you look at the Brunswick bench with Coach Megan Kupich. We had ties at 1, 2, and 3, but after the tie at 3, Lorain went on a 6-0 run to take command at 9-3. Then Brunswick would answer with 5 straight points to cut it to 9-8. At what point Lorain took their first timeout. After cutting it to 9-8, the Titans would score 4 in a row to go up 13-8, back up by 5. Seesawed a little bit. It was 13-11, but then Lorain would get 3 in a row to go up 16-11, and they've kept about a 4 to 5 point lead here in game 2 from that point on. Brunswick now out of timeouts. Lorain has 1 remaining. So the Titans up by 5 with the serve, trying to close out game 2 after losing game 1 25-18. Coming in is Giabella Kalas. And it should be Lorain serving here. It is. It'll be Lonnie Williams. Williams serving and serves it into the net. Point for Brunswick, 20-16, Lorain. Coming back in for the Blue Devils, Mackenzie Herrick. Good deep serve, and that is going to be in. It is. Lorain let it bounce. Thought it would go out of bounds. It did not. Haley Cooper serving, 20-17. So Brunswick trying to come from behind. After their timeout, they've scored 2 in a row. They're down 3, 20-17. They're up 1-0 in this JV match. Kayla's set, and there's the spike that went out of bounds long, 20-18. Lorain has 1 timeout remaining. Cooper sends it. Dug out by Smith. And she's going to kill it, but that time the Blue Devils are there defensively. Gross sends it over on the third hit. Smalls sends it right back to the Brunswick side, but out of bounds. Point for Brunswick. It's 20-19 Lorain. The Titans led 20-15, but Brunswick with 4 in a row. A chance now to tie for sophomore Haley Cooper. Where's number 2 as she gets set to serve. Cooper to Smalls. Smalls hits it out of bounds. We're tied at 20. Our first tie since it was 3-3. And Lorain takes their third and final timeout. So credit to the Blue Devils for coming all the way back as they have tied it now. And we'll see what Lorain can do as they talk things over. You see them there. And while they talk it over, I want to tell you about another one of our sponsors of Lorain schools, and that is Cleveland Clinic. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is conveniently located throughout Northeast Ohio. To find care for your athlete, visit clevelandclinic.org/sportscare. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine, they're proud to be the official medical provider for Lorain High School and Titus. Thanks again to Cleveland Clinic. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti from Lorain High School. Girls Junior Varsity Volleyball. As there you get a look at Coach Megan Kupich. (20-20) game 2. Lorain trails 1-0. Cooper serving. Again the Smalls at the front row, and we're going to get a double hit on the Blue Devils that'll give Lorain the point, and did they need that? Titans now lead 21-20. You get a look at Shania Smith there, number 8 for Lorain. Serving is Lanaya Moon. Moon sends it. Brunswick with Herrick sends it right back to the Blue Devils. Unable to play it was Lonnie Williams, and we're tied at 21. Neither team with a timeout remaining. Serving Julia Duniak. She's a freshman setter. Played in the freshman match, now in for this junior varsity contest. Patton to Kalas. In the back row, Williams sends it over. And from the middle of the front row, Herrick and is able to get it. Herrick with the kill. Brunswick leads 22-21. Smalls to Patton. And on the third hit, unable to get it over are the Titans, and it's 23-21. And we are 2 points away for Brunswick from winning 2-0. Line drive serve. Patton to Kalas. In the back row, Williams sends it back over to the Blue Devil side. Duniak with the serve, right side of the front row. Dug out nicely by Smalls. There's Smith, blocked at the net. And on the third hit, they'll get it back over, and now it's going to be match point. Well, you give Brunswick a lot of credit. They were down 20-15 and have outscored Lorain 9-1 to go from being down 20-15 and looking like we were going to a third game to being at match point at 24-21. Duniak for the match, line drive serve. Patton to Kalas. Third hit, they get it over. And Duniak sends it right back to Smalls. Kalas at the net, and the Blue Devils send it back with Reese Reynolds, and there's the match. Reynolds sent it to the back row, nobody home, and Lorain loses to Brunswick 25-21. So the Blue Devils in consecutive games, they get the JV match 25-18, 25-21. You see both teams shaking hands. With the loss, Lorain will drop to 11-6. With the win, the JVs of Brunswick will go to 7-11. That's going to do it for girls junior varsity volleyball, as again Brunswick wins in 2 games, 25-18, 25-21. We'll be back with the varsity match when that gets underway. Once again, for Mike Paciotti, this is Rob Polinsky reminding you you've been watching girls JV volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
Down. So go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun, safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing? Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect.
Let's go, Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go, Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Un momento, por favor. Thank you. The Superintendent, Board of Education, Principal, and Booster Club extend each of you a cordial welcome. We are pleased that you're here today. The officials assigned to this game have met all requirements set forth by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and have been selected for their important role in this contest. The officials for the game are Mike Penna, Roger Smith, Jeff Solomon, and Serenity Hernandez. The student athletes, officials, and coaches are guests of the Ohio High School Athletic Association, and you are requested to treat them with respect in keeping with the ideals of good sportsmanship. Let's introduce our visiting team from Brunswick. That's not, sorry, apologize. Number 8, Adriana Chesla. Number 7, Alexa Doringer. Number 17, Addison Ivory. Number 20, Sophia Lemmer. Number 11, Delaney Marcellus. Number 5, Madison Miller. Number 6, Alicia Ramos. Number 1, Adeline Sheets. And starting for Brunswick, number 13, Casey Belts. Number 9, Addison Compton. Number 18, Nicole Jerkowitz. Number 14, Ashley Lee. Number 4, Alexis Must. Number 22, Emerson Sheets. And 28, Lauren Chouette. And here are your Lady Titans. Number 2, Ava Miller. Number 3, Nariah Washington. Number 5, Janisha Washington. Number 6, Demaya Clayton. Number 8, Jayla Kirksey. Number 9, Janelle Butler. Sorry. Number 12, Dasani Smalls. Number 13, Shania Smith. Number 15, Talaeus Lusain. And number 16, Lanaya Moon. And starting for your Lady Titans, number 1, Cece Armelin. Number 4, Janisenia Bayat. Number 5, Janasia Washington. Number 7, Naya Carter. Number 9, Janelle Butler. Number 14, Jayla King. And number 15, Talaya Lusain. Let's have a great game.
And welcome to girls varsity volleyball with the Lorain Titans and the Brunswick Blue Devils. Mike Paciotti doing the camera work. I'm Ron Polinsky with the play-by-play story for you. Brunswick with the early 1-0 lead here as the Blue Devils have their blue jerseys. As you see, serving will be Nicole Jerkowitz, and Lorain has the white jerseys with blue shorts. Brunswick has blue tops and black shorts. They lead 2-0 here. Varsity for Lorain, coached by Caprice Irby in her 4th year. Her team 12-5 overall, 4-2 in the GCC. This is the first and only time they're playing Brunswick in the regular season. Jerkowitz with a serve that's long and wide, and it's 2-1 Brunswick. There you see Coach Irby. And now serving for Lorain, it will be Janasia Washington. Washington serves it into the net. Point for Brunswick, they lead 3-1. In the varsity match, we play 3 sets of 5 or 3 games of 5, whatever you prefer. Play to 25, have to win by 2. If it would get to a 5th game, then that one goes to 15. Blue Devils serving and getting an ace on a serve that was just along the line. That is sophomore Lauren Schutt. Makes it 4-1 Blue Devils. Nice serve by Schutt, who wears number 28. There you look at her. Schutt again with the jump serve. And that one goes off the libero of Lorain Janasia Baez, and it's 5-1 Brunswick. So a nice start for this Brunswick team as they lead 5-1 in game 1. That shot is outside and wide by Janasia Washington. 6-1 Blue Devils. So the Blue Devils with the first 2 points of the match. Then Lorain got a point, and now Brunswick on a 4-0 run. That's how they have their 6-1 lead early on in game 1. And make it 7-1 as Baez can't pass that ahead. That one is going to be served long, but a nice job by Lauren Schutt on serving for Brunswick as they lead 7-2. Serving for Lorain will be CC Armelin. Armelin puts it into the net, and that makes it 8-2. Coming in for Brunswick and going back to serve is Sophia Lemmer, the sophomore. From the back row for Lorain, that's going to be a point for the Brunswick Blue Devils as it goes into the rafters, and we've got a timeout here for Lorain. So Lorain takes the timeout early on in game 1 as Brunswick has the momentum up 9-2. As you look at Coach Irby, her assistant Coach Howell, as they talk things over with their team. Coach Irby told me when I met with her right before the game to get some information on her team, that they're 12-5 overall, 4-2 in the GCC, and she emphasized this is a really important match for her team as tournament draw is not too far away, and then the tournaments are a couple of weeks away. And this is the only time they'll play Brunswick during the regular season. And she felt that this was a critical match for her team. And early on, Brunswick has the momentum with the 9-2 lead as you see Coach Irby giving her team instructions. So let's see how they respond. Down 9-2. As again, serving is Sophia Lemmer for Brunswick. Off the top net, dug out, and can't get it on 3 hits over the net, so that's a point for Brunswick. It's 10-2. That serve went right off the top of the net. And onto the Lorain side, Lemmer, the sophomore, continues to serve. That one deep, and it goes too far, and Lorain was wise to let that go out of bounds. It's 10-3. Titans have some subs coming in. Demaya Clayton coming in for the first time. She's on the left side of the front row. And Jayla Kirksey comes in to serve. Kirksey, miss hit, 11-3 Brunswick. Blue Devils subbing. Going back to serve is Emerson Sheets. She is the senior setter of this team. That's Emerson. Where's number 22? Emerson jump serve, line drive, dug out, back row of the Titans. They sent it over by Armelin. I'm sorry, I misspoke, that wasn't Armelin. Emerson Sheets to the right side of the front row. Dug out nicely, but a point for Brunswick. Sending that over was Jayla King, number 14. So Jayla King in there, 12-3 Blue Devils. Emerson Sheets. Another good serve. Dug out by the Titans, and then the third hit, they put it into the net. 13-3. Janasia Washington, Demaya Clayton both trying to hit that. Washington didn't get her over the net. Clayton said, hey, I called that, that was mine. Emerson Sheets serving. And it's another point, unable to pass that ahead as Janasia Baez. Set from the back row. Titans send it back over. Set by Sheets, left side of the front row. They crank it up. Dug out beautifully back there by Washington. Sent back over. Baez digs it out. And the Titans can't send it over as Butler and Butler and King almost collide there. 15-3 Blue Devils. Blue Devils with 5 consecutive points. And since it was 2-1, they have outscored Lorain 13-2. Sheets with the set, and they'll send it back over. Baez, they'll set it up, and getting the point for Lorain is Demaya Clayton with a good kill. Demaya Clayton, where's number 6, right side of that front row. Sent that over, gives the Titans a much-needed point. They serve down 15-4, and going back to serve is sophomore Jayla King, 5'8", outside hitter. Nice serve by Jayla. Set, right side is going to be hitting it into the net. Demaya Clayton off that set by Kirksey. 16-4 Blue Devils. Serving Adrian Chelsea. King sends it back. Left side of the front row, and hitting that in, nicely done, is Janasia Washington. 16-5. There you get a look at Washington. Nicely done. 5'7" senior, outside hitter for the Titans. And serving now, Jasenia Baez. Baez with a good line drive serve. And from the middle of the front row, Titans were able to win the battle with the net, and that is C.C. Armelin as Nicole Jerkowitz tried to get it up past Armelin, couldn't do so. 16-6, Brunswick by 10. Emerson Sheets, left side of the front row. Dug out beautifully by Baez. They set up, and that's going to be a point for the Titans. Demaya Clayton, 16-7. Lorain with 3 in a row. Their biggest run of the game. Baez, the junior libero. Middle of the front row, Jerkowitz puts it out of bounds. Another point for Lorain. They trail 16-8, 4 in a row. They try to get their way back into game one. Here's a look at Baez. She's a junior, 5'6". Sheets with the set, right side of the front row, sent over by Madison Miller. And there's another point for the Titans, 16-9. Sheets, set, kill, and there's the point, and that ends the run. Beautiful kill that time for Lauren Schuett, a sophomore. She put that straight down. Give the Blue Devils the point. They lead 17-9. Addison Compton, a starter, returns now into the Blue Devil lineup. Serve, there's the set for CC Armelin. Armelin had it dug out from the back row. Sent back over to Jayla King. Set by Kirksey. Right side of the front row, another kill from Demaya Clayton. That's junior, is having a good first game. 17-10 Brunswick. Serving for the Titans is Nia Carter. At the net, that's going to go out of bounds. It'll be a point for Brunswick. And Lorain argues that the ball was tipped at the net. They're right. They get the point. And it's 17-11. Sheets sends it back to the Titans. There's a set for Kirksey to CC Armelin. Sheets with a set left side of the front row, and that is put down nicely. Again, that sophomore, Lauren Schuett, is really good for Brunswick here in game one. They lead 18-11. She wears number 28. There she is, having a heck of a game. Nia Carter with a set for Jayla King. King can't get her over. It's 19-11 Brunswick. Nicole Jerkowitz serving. Carter. The set is blocked at the net. Point for the Blue Devils. They lead 20-11. And Lorain takes their second timeout. So the Blue Devils out of timeouts as they try to, you get a look there at the coaching staff. They took one early, as early on they fell down. And they were down 9-2 when they took their first timeout. And it is now 20-11 Brunswick, as the Blue Devils have led the entire match. They scored the first 2 points, and then, like I said, they got up 9-2 and led it 10-2. Lorain would get a point to make it 10-3. Brunswick then would get 5 straight points to go up 15-3. And then the Titans did a good job of getting back in it. They cut it to as few as 6 at 17-11. But so far it's a 3-0 run for Brunswick, and they have extended that lead to 20-11. So Brunswick is 5 points away from game number 1 as you play 3 out of 5 here at the varsity level. And serving is Nicole Jerkowitz. The freshman and the JV matches both went to Brunswick in 2 games. Carter with a set, Jayla King middle of the court, sends it back over to the Blue Devil side. Sent back over to the back row, dug out nicely there by Washington. King sends it, Jerkowitz from the back row, set by Sheets. Left side is getting that with Schuett. And on the third hit, Armelin gets it back over for the Titans. Good job keeping it alive. Shoot it again. That time that's going to be good. Off of Nia Carter, 21-11, Brunswick. That serve goes long and out of bounds. Point for Lorain as they cut the lead to 21-12 in game one. Titans out of timeouts. Brunswick has 2. And serving is Janasia Washington, 5'7" outside hitter. She's a senior. Point for Lorain. Good jump serve, line drive. Brunswick couldn't pass it ahead on the serve receive. And it's 21-13 Brunswick. Lorain with a lot of work to do here. See if Washington can cut into that lead, and she serves it off the top of the net. Point for the Blue Devils, 22-13. And that off the top of the net. It'll be a point for Lorain, 22-14. CC Armelin. Serving. Line drive out of bounds. Point for Brunswick, 23-14. Two points from game one. And that missed hit on the serve that time for Brunswick from Addison Compton, a junior. She'll come out. Her team up 23-15. Serving for the Titans, Jayla Kirksey. Right side of the front row. Dug out nicely there. And there's a spike. And that is their setter who decided to spike it. And getting the spike that time was the setter, Emerson Sheets. And it's game point, Brunswick up 24-15. And the serve goes off the top of the net. It's an ace, and Brunswick wins game one, 25-15. So the Blue Devils win game one, 25-15. We'll step aside, take a timeout. When you come back, we'll have game two of this varsity match between Brunswick and Lorain. You're watching girls varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun and safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing?
Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go
Go
Titans.
Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect. Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Getting closer to the start of game 2 as both teams are back out onto the floor. Mark Penna checking over the starting lineups for each team to make sure all the young ladies are there and where they are supposed to be. And as soon as he does that and we get clarification, we'll be underway. It will be Brunswick serving. And serving for the Blue Devils to begin game 2 is Alexis Must. Alexis Must, there's number 4 on her jersey. She is a senior, and her position is listed as a defensive specialist. And Must with the jump serve, and game 2 is underway. And it is the Titans digging it out, and on the third hit, Jayla King sends it back to the Blue Devil side. Emerson Sheets with the set for Lauren Schuett. And it's sent back over by Clayton for Lorain, and the Titans get the first point. So Lorain up 1-0 as Clayton will come out. Coming in to serve will be Ava Miller. Her team up 1-0. And this is the first lead in this varsity match for Lorain. Brunswick never gave up the lead in game 1. We had a couple of ties, but never gave up the lead. Jerkowitz at the net, loses that battle. Lorain up 2-0. In game 1, actually I take that back. There was never even a tie. Brunswick scored the first 2 points. Lorain got one, 2-1. That's as close as they would get. And Lorain lost to Brunswick 25-15 in game 1. Again, Ava Miller with that serve. Left side of the front row, Compton dug out nicely. Here's the set for Armerlin. That's dug out in the back row. And it'll be a point for Lorain. 3-0 Titans. So a good start for the Titans in game 2 as they try to tie this at a game apiece, down 1-0. Play the best 3 of 5. Ava Miller, jump serve, sends it back, and it is a little too long. Point for Brunswick, 3-1. So the Blue Devils' first point comes on a missed serve of Lorain. And coming in to serve for the Blue Devils is the Dayan Sheets. So a Dayan Sheets, I would assume that's a younger sister of Emerson's. Comes in to serve, and a Dayan serves it. Now Jayla King sends it back. Blue Devils are there, and the Titans don't talk, and it falls on the floor, and it's 3-2. Well, somebody from the Titans should have been there for that. Sheets serving. Good line drive serve. And dinking it over was Ava Miller for Lorain. Emerson Sheets with the set. And that time is going to get hit out of bounds, and we are tied at 3. And a nice block by Armelin, but it was out of bounds. No, that point goes to Lorain, all right? So Lorain up 4-3. I thought they'd given that to Brunswick. So serving is Janasia Washington. Washington with a good serve. Emerson Sheets, excellent job of keeping that alive. Blocked beautifully at the net by Armelin. Armelin again has a block right back at her. And Brunswick gets the point. Boy, what a battle up front with C.C. Armelin for Lorain going up against Lauren Schuett for Brunswick. Now Schuett will go back to serve. We're tied at 4. Schuett and Armelin each had kill attempts on the other, and the other one blocked each other's kill attempt. That was well done, both sides. Miscommunication on the Titans side, and Brunswick has a 5-4 lead. And Coach Irby takes an early timeout, and there's been a couple of points she wasn't happy about that her team, after they get that 3-0 lead, had a couple of balls they could easily play, and it fell on their side of the floor, so she wants to get that corrected. We have had 2 ties at 3 and at 4, and now Brunswick has their first lead early on in game 2 at 5-4, but Coach Irby and the Titans trying to keep this one close. If you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, look no further than Joyce Buick GMC. They offer a diverse selection of Buicks and GMC sedans, trucks, and SUVs that can fit any lifestyle or budget. Joyce Buick GMC and Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers are proud sponsors of the Lorain High School Titans. Titans up 5-4 alongside Mike Paciotti. I'm Rob Polinsky. Lauren Schuett, sophomore, to serve. Her team up 5-4. Her team up 1-0. They won game 1, 25-15. And there's a point, as unable to dig that serve out was Washington. 6-4, Blue Devils. King digs it out from the back row. Now they set her up with a kill. Blocked. Sheets sends it over to Compton. Back to the Lorain side. Washington to the back row. Played ahead. Now dinked over, and there's a point. Boy, that was well done. Emerson Sheets saw the hole in the defense, put it right there, and it's 7-4 Brunswick. Blue Devils have scored 4 in a row. There's an ace. 8-4. Subbing in for the Titans, Nia Washington. Set. And Lucene with the kill. Talea Lucene gets the point for Lorain. They trail 8-5. Nice job by Talea. Serving, C.C. Armelin. Jump serve, line drive. Blue Devils keep it in play, and on the third hit, they get it over and they get the point. And that was Casey Bells, and that was well done because that was a tough serve to control, but Brunswick did. And when Armelin has those line drive serves, they are hard to put in play. Brunswick not only put it in play, they got the point. And now Sophia Lemmer back to serve for Brunswick. Set by Sheets. Kill attempt is going to be good. That left side of the front row, putting it straight down. Casey Bells, an outside hitter. She's just a sophomore. And it's 10-5 Brunswick in game 2. Blue Devils with some good young players. One of them is this server right here in Lemmer. She served to begin the match. And they get the point as the pass attempt goes into the Titan bench. 11-5 Brunswick. Set by Miller, and the block goes out of bounds, so Titans get the point. 11-6. Substitutions for Lorain. Coming back in, Damaya Clayton and Jayla Kirksey. Hussein and Miller will go to the bench. That will be Jayla Kirksey, 5'5" junior setter, serving. Dug out by Lemmer, over to Sheets. She's going to set it up and putting it into the net. For the Blue Devils that time was Madison Miller. 11-7 Brunswick. Sheets with the set and putting it down is Jayla King. Point for Lorain. They have scored 3 in a row and have cut the Blue Devil lead to 3 at 11-8. Sheets set, right side of the front row. The block goes into the net, and it's a point for Lorain, 14-9. Again, that was Jayla King for Lorain. The 11-9 Blue Devil lead is down to 2. Excellent line drive serve. The wind up and the hit is going to be sent over by Emerson Sheets, and the point for the Blue Devils. 12-9 Brunswick. Colt Jerkowitz comes back in, whereas number 18 has the big knee brace on her left knee. Serve goes into the net. 12-10 Blue Devils. Titans trying to come back. They scored the first 3 points to lead 3-0. We were tied at 3 and at 4. Since then, Brunswick has had the lead, but Lorain hanging in there. And that block is going to go out of bounds. 13-10. Well, the Titans are real close to getting a block in bounds there that time, but unable to do so. It was just wide. Now serving as the libero, Adrian Chelsea. 14-10 Brunswick. Adriana Chesla serving. Her team up by 4. There's a set. Washington with a kill. Dug out. Jerkowitz now right side of the front row for Brunswick. And hitting it into the net was Janelle Butler. Point to Brunswick. They lead 15-10. In the back row, King sends it over. Brunswick has it. And the block attempt nicely done by the defense of Lorain. That cross-court hit will go wide and out of bounds. Point to Lorain, 15-11. Baez serving for the Titans. And getting the point at the middle of the front row is Armelin. 15-12. Blue Devil lead has been cut to 3. Excellent line drive serve from Baez. It's an ace, no return, 15-13 Blue Devils. Here you see Baez wears number 4, the 5'6" junior libero for Lorain. Team down 2 in game 2. They try to even this match to game apiece. Line drive serve. Sheets set right side of the front row. Madison Miller has a block back and in. It's 15-14. Titans a point away from a tie. They trailed by as many as 6 at 11-5. Timeout, Blue Devils. So Brunswick takes their first timeout. There you take a look at the Brunswick Blue Devils. Coach Mandy Lutner talking things over with her team. And as they do that, a reminder that an injury can happen to your athlete during a practice or a game. Self-schedule an appointment with a sports medicine specialist online at visitclevelandclinic.org/athlete-care. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine, the official sports medicine provider of so many high schools and colleges in Northeast Ohio. There you get a look at all the schools that they help out, and a lot of familiar logos there for sure. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine, proud to be the official medical provider for Lorain High School and Titus, as we're just about set to get back underway. Polinsky, Mike Picciotti live from Lorain High School. Girls varsity volleyball in game 2. Brunswick leads 1-0. They won the first game 25-15. Serving is Baez. For the tie. Sheets sends it over. King digs it out. There's a set. Right side of the front row, and we are tied. Demaya Clayton put it straight down from the set of Jayla Kirksey, and we're tied at 15, and the Titans have come all the way back. Third tie of the match at 3, at 4, and now at 15. Baez, good line drive serve. Sheets sends it over, but it went too far and out of bounds. Lorain leads 16-15. Six points in a row for the Titans. Baez. Sheets with a set. Jerkowitz with the kill attempt, and that is going to be in, and we are tied at 16. Coming back in for Brunswick. Is Addison Compton. Addison, a junior. And they'll get the point. As Baez tried to pass it ahead, but Kirksey couldn't come up with it. And Brunswick leads 17-16. Baez from the back row sends it over. Sheets with the set. Compton with the kill attempt. And King can't pass it ahead. That'll be a point for Brunswick. They lead 18-16. Brunswick with 3 straight points. Each team with a timeout remaining. You play to 25, must win by 2. Alexis Must, defensive specialist, serving. She's a senior. Must with a jump serve. That's going to go just wide and out of bounds. Point to Lorain. Ava Miller serving. Left side of the front row, it's blocked at the net, and we're tied at 18. Fifth tie. 3, 4, 15, 16, and 18 have been all the times we've been tied here in game 2. Much closer than the first game. Jerkowitz with that kill attempt that got dug out easily by the Titans. Now we're going to get a point for Lorain. They lead 19-18. Serving, Ava Miller. Quickly serves it and serves it long and out of bounds. We're tied at 19. Sub coming in for Brunswick, and going back to serve is Adayan Sheets. Sheets serves it. It's over, but it's wide. Give the point to Lorain, and they lead 20-19. Sub coming in for Lorain's a serve. That's Janasia Washington. Janasia, 5'7" senior. She's an outside hitter. Comes back in to serve. Her team up by 1. Middle of the front row. CC Armelin puts it straight down. 21-19 Lorain. Timeout Brunswick. Blue Devils take their second and final timeout of game 2. There you go. Look at Armelin and her teammates, where she put that straight down on that kill attempt. And the Titans lead by 2, 21-19, as they try to tie this match at a game apiece. You play the best 3 of 5. This is a critical point in this match, because losing 25-15 in game 1, if Lorain battles like this, you almost feel like they've got to get a win here in game 2 to even this at a game apiece. It would be devastating for them to lose game 2 and be down 2 games to none, although mathematically, obviously, you're still in it. But trying to win 3 in a row after losing your first 2 would be really difficult. If they can get this win in game 2, now you've made it a best of 3 because you're at a game apiece. We'll see if they can finish the deal. 21-19 Lorain by 2. Serving, Janasia Washington. Boy, if Lorain can set up CC Armelin or Jayla King, Talea Lusain, that front row right now for Lorain. A lot of height out there right now for the Titans. Jump serve, set by Emerson Sheets. Compton winds up, and that spike is in, and Brunswick gets the point. 21-20. Boy, that was well done by Addison Compton. Going back to serve is Lauren Schuett. She has played a good match so far for Brunswick. Schuett set, and Jayla King can't get there off the set of Ava Miller. We're tied at 21. Set to resume. Schuett, jump serve, and it's hit by Washington. Brunswick goes up 22-21, timeout for Lorain. They take their second and final timeout. So Brunswick, with 3 straight points after being down 21-19, they have regained the lead at 22-21, late stages of game 2. Here you look at the Brunswick bench with Coach Mandy Lutner giving her team instructions. They won game 1 fairly easily, 25-15. This game has been much, much closer, 22-21. Brunswick leads by 1. As you see, Coach Lutner very animated in her conversation with her team. Again, serving Lauren Schuett. Set, Ava Miller, CeCe Armelin sends it back over, dug out by the Blue Devils and Must. Now Emerson Sheets sends it right back to Armelin. Sheets with a set, left side of the front row, it is blocked right back. Sheets sends it back, Washington dug it out, Ava Miller with a set. CeCe Armelin puts it in and we're tied at 22. Armelin on the back row, or back line I should say. Ties it at 22, and there you see CeCe as she'll go back to serve. Titans tied at 22. Armelin into the net, missed serve. Point Brunswick 23-22. Now serving, Sophia Lemmer. Her team up by 1. They're 2 points away from game 2, but you must win by 2. Line drive off the top of the net. Set. Lorain sends it over. Sheets with a set. Middle of the front row. Madison Miller put it wide. We're tied at 23. Miller sent that one over, but it was wide and out of bounds. And we have yet another tie at 23 apiece. I have that as the 9th tie in game 2. Serving Jayla Kirksey. Tied at 23. Sheets with a set. Middle of the front row. Spike, and it's good. Game point for the Blue Devils. With that spike attempt that time was Casey Bells. Bells with it. 24-23 Blue Devils. And now serving for game 2 is their setter, senior Emerson Sheets. Jump serve into the net. We're tied at 24. And now we will go beyond 25 because, as I always tell you, you have to win by 2. Jayla King serving. Sheets with a set. Left side of the front row. King digs it out. Third hit, Baez gets it over. Tied at 24. Set. Madison Miller gets the point. Game point Brunswick. 25-24. Brunswick again can serve for game 2 now. And it's Adriana Chesla. She's a junior, the libero. Sends it deep. King plays it. King sends it over. Dug out. Set by Chesla. Left side of the front row. It's blocked at the net. Set for the Titans. They send it back over. Sheets gets it to. And on the third hit, can Baez get it over? She does, and it's a point. They save game point, and Lorain gets it off a miss hit by the Blue Devils. How in the world did Baez do that? I don't know. But we are tied at 25. What a game this has been. And CeCe Armelin's coming back in. Boy, it looked like the Blue Devils had it. We have had ties at 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. And Baez to serve. Lorain has held off 2 Brunswick game points. Lorain has not had a game point yet. At the middle of the front row, we get a call against the Blue Devils. And it's going to be a game point now for Lorain. They're up 26-25. Baez serving for the game to try to even this at a game apiece. Sends it over. Dug out. Sheets with a set. Right side of the front row. Blocked by the Titans. Here they get it over to Clayton. Clayton sent it back to the Blue Devils. And they're going to have the 4th hit, and the game goes to Lorain. They hold off 2 game points to even this at a game apiece. And the Titans have made it a match as they win game 2, 27-25 in a thriller. So what we know now is we will at least have 4 games in this varsity match because they can't settle it in 3. It won't be a sweep. we're tied at a game apiece. Let's take a timeout. We'll be back for game 3. Lorain and Brunswick, girls varsity volleyball. We'll have game 3 right after this timeout on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun, safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing?
Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go
Go
Titans.
Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect. Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Game 3 just about set to get underway after Lorain won a thrilling game 2, 27-25. Ava Miller serving for Lorain, and they get the first point. I don't know how you top game 2. Lorain won at 27-25. They won the last 3 points of the match, being down 25-24 to win at 27-25. They held off 2 game points for Brunswick in doing that, and they evened this match at a game apiece after losing game 1, 25-15. So now we'll see how the Blue Devils respond, and Lorain gets called for, I believe somebody was into the net. We're tied at 1. In that game 2, we had ties at 3, 4, 15, 16, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Just an outstanding, exciting back and forth set that was, and Lorain comes out victorious 27-25. There's an ace on no, that's just long and out of bounds. Thought that was going to be an ace inbounds, but it was not. Called out of bounds. And it's 2-1 Lorain. Serving for the Titans is Janasia Washington. Jump serve off the top of the net, dug out nicely by the Blue Devils. Left side of the front row, putting that over is Compton, and we're tied at 2. Lauren Schuett serving. There's the set. CeCe Armelin dinks it over. Set back to Schuett. Hits it over. Dug out by Ava Miller. Set for Jayla King. And she'll get the point in front of a diving Alexis Must. Lorain leading 3-2. CeCe. Jump serve into the net, tied at 3. Boy, each team late in game 2 had missed serves that were costly, but the Titans battled and won it 27-25. Coming in to serve is Sophia Lemmer for Brunswick. Lemmer gets it over the net. King dug it out to Baez. Sends it over left side of the front row, and putting it into the net was Janelle Butler, the freshman for Lorain, and Brunswick has their first lead of game 3 at 4-3. Set, King winds up, dug out, and sent back over to the Titan side. Miller with the set, middle of the front row, Butler sends it over to the Blue Devils, and on the third hit, they get it over. Butler with a set now for Jayla King, who cranks it up. Blue Devils defensively get it right back. Again, the set for King. She'll crank up, and it's blocked. Set, and from the back row, putting it into the net is Lemmer. That will be a point for Lorain, and we are tied at 4. Subbing in, number 6, Demaya Clayton for Lorain. And back to serve is Jalia Kirksey, the junior setter. Jayla Kirksey. Middle of the front row, dug out beautifully by Baez. Sent over to Jayla King, left side of the front row. Her kill attempt is dug out by the Blue Devils. They play it back to the Lorain side. Kirksey with a set. Clayton with a spike, that's way long and out of bounds. Point Blue Devils. Brunswick leads 5-4. Coming in, Ashley Lieb. Blue Devils' third hit. Lemmer hits it over, and they get the point. And for the first time, we have the Blue Devils lead by 2 in game 3. Serving is the setter, Emerson Sheets. The all-important game 3. Winner takes a 2-1 lead. Loser has to come from behind and win the final 2 games to win this match. Serve goes long and out of bounds. 6-5. Brunswick by 1. King serving into the net. 7-5 Blue Devils. King. Set, Kirksey. King sends it back over on the third hit. Sheets, set, middle of the front row, wound up and sent back over. Sheets, sets, Madison Miller, dug out by the Titans. Washington, Clayton with a spike, but it goes wide and out of bounds. 8-5 Brunswick. Game 3, we're tied at a game apiece. Girls varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20. Serving is Adrian Chesla. 8-6. Serving is Baez. Dug out, but unsuccessfully by the libero, Adriana Chesla. 8-7, point to the Titans. Line drive into the net, missed serve, point Blue Devils. Brunswick up 9-7. They'll sub in. Coming back in is Alexis Must and Addison Compton. Must to serve. Armelin. Washington sends it over on the third hit. Must to Sheets, middle of the front row by Schuett. Again, they're going to send up Schuett. Her kill attempt was blocked at the net. Set here for Washington, and it was blocked right back at her by, looked like Compton. So Compton, along with Lieb, and it is now 10-7 Blue Devils. Set for Armelin, and her spike attempt is good. Tell you what, when CC gets wound up and puts it straight down, that is hard. If you can't get the block at the net, forget it. That's hard to dig out. 10-8 Lorain. Ava Miller serving. Third hit, Compton sends it back over. CC to King. Set by Sheets, right side of the front row. Lieb went up for the kill, didn't get it. Sheets sends it back to the Titans. And now they set up Lucane. She'll send it over. Set again for Lieb. Cranks up. Dug out nicely by Baez. Washington with a good rally here. Back to the Blue Devils. Crank it up. Lorain keeps it alive, but they hit it out of bounds by Jayla King, and it's 11-8. But that was a really good rally for both teams. 11-8 Brunswick. Serving Ashley Lieb. Dug out by Jayla King. Set for CC. She'll send it over. And now Compton will get the point. 12-8 Brunswick. Blue Devils starting to get a little edge here as they're up 12-8. Lieb again right in front of King. 13-8. Timeout, Coach Irby. Timeout for Lorain. They take their first timeout of game 3 as they trail 13-8. Blue Devils have scored 3 in a row after they were up 10-8. And we have had 4 ties in this one at 1, 2, 3, and 4. But since then, the Blue Devils have led, but to varying degrees. And right now, it's their biggest lead of the match in game 3 at 13-8, a 5-point lead. As you see CC Armelin over there talking with assistant coach Troy Howell. And while they do that, we would like to thank the Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers and Joyce Buick GMC for supporting our school this year. Whether you're looking for a new GMC truck or used Buick SUV, drop in at Joyce Buick GMC. Check out their inventory for a wide range of new and pre-owned vehicles. Go Titans. Set. CC at the net. And there's the kill attempt. Well done, Lauren Schuett. Sophomore outside hitter has had an outstanding night tonight, and she gives her team a 14-8 lead in this pivotal game 3. We're tied at a game apiece. Brunswick won game 1. Lorain won game 2. Baez gets the set. Ava Miller back to Jayla King. Emerson Sheets with the set. Back to Schuett. And Lorain on the third hit. Got there, and the point to Lorain. Nice job, Talia Lorain. That was not easy. And they get a point. That's 14-9. Adayan Sheets comes back to play the back row for Brunswick. Serving now is Janasia Washington. Her team down by 5. Line drive serve. Set. Schuett to CC. And that's Jayla King. And boy, that would have went out of bounds, I think, but they played it. Emerson Sheets sent it over, and CC Armelin says thank you. She puts it down, and it's 14-10. Brunswick. Janasia Washington, her team down by 4. Jump serve into the net, 15-10 Brunswick. We wait for Schuett to serve. It's because the slight delay. CC Armelin tying those shoes. And now we're set to get back underway. Lauren Schuett, the sophomore. Her team up by 5. Jump serve. And that is going to be in. Or no, that's out. It's a point for Lorain. 15-11. Shania Smith coming in for the first time for the varsity match for Lorain. Shania played in the JV match. She comes in to serve. Shania Smith, her team down 15-11. Smith, good deep serve. Compton winds up. Smith plays it from the back row, and they send it out of bounds. Point to Brunswick. 16-11. Armelin coming back in for Shania Smith. And now serving is Sophia Lemmer. Baez to King, sent over by Ava Miller. Lemmer to Sheets. They set it up, and the kill is going to be good. And for Brunswick, to see who that young lady is. That is Casey Bells. Casey Bells wears number 13. Her team up 17-11. 18-11 off an ace. Lorain with 1 timeout remaining. Brunswick has both if they choose to use them. Lemmer serving. Set, right side of the front row, mistimed jump, and missing that entirely was Madison Miller. Point to Lorain. They cut the lead to 18-12. But the Titans with a lot of work to do, and they've got to, if they're going to get into this lead, they better get at it, because Brunswick is 7 points away from the game. Jayla Kirksey goes back to serve. Set for Sheets. Bells with the kill. That's dug out nicely by Washington from the back row. Madison Miller again, and that one's going to be good. Just in. Madison Miller makes up for that misplay. There's a nice kill right there, and Brunswick leads 19-12. Emerson Sheets goes back to serve. Blue Devils by 7. Blue Devils by 8, 20-12. Sheets serving. Set. And Clayton with the spike, and it's good for Lorain, 20-13. Demaya Clayton, left side of the front row, 5'9" junior. Demaya wears number 6 on her jersey. There you see her. And going back to serve for Lorain is going to be the sophomore outside hitter, 5'8", Jayla King. Another one that likes the jump serve. There it is. Too long. 21-13 Brunswick. Casey Bells, a sophomore, serving. Dug out. Jayla King from the back row sends it over. Now the Blue Devils set up the offense. Sheets puts it down. Normally she's the setter. Boy, she spikes it in, and it's 22-13. So Brunswick 3 points away from a 2-1 lead. Casey Bells, sophomore, serving. And that's out of bounds in front of Coach Irby. 22-14. Boy, where Bells was standing, normally as a player then would do that running jump serve. She stood flat-footed and likes to serve way back behind the service line. Did so, and she put it wide and out of bounds. Sheets with the set, right side of the front row. That cross-court hit goes out of bounds, and that'll be a point for the Titans as Ashley Lieb on that cross-court spike was out of bounds, 22-15. Can the Titans come back? Baez to serve. She'll do the jump serve. Gets it over the net. Sheets with a set. And it's sent back, and that's going to be a point for the Titans as a good spike that time from Lauren Schuett. 23-15. Alexis Must, the senior, there you see her, getting set to serve. Her team 2 points away from game 3. From the right side, CC Armelin battling at the net. Sheets, they send it over. Jayla King, set. Set goes into the Brunswick side, and then it'll be a point on that missed set from Kirksey, but still Brunswick couldn't play it. And they cut it to 23-16. And serving is Ava Miller, 5'6" junior. Left side of the front row, can't get it over. Compton, 23-17. Miller with the serve, and that's an ace. 23-18. Brunswick lets that go out, and now the Blue Devils want their first timeout of game 3. So Lorain has battled back. They're on a 3-0 run after being down 23-15. They've cut it to 23-18, and they have the Blue Devils take their first timeout. Each team has one timeout remaining in game 3. 23-18 Blue Devils. But the Lorain Titans, who have trailed for most of this match, they led early. Their last lead was 3-2. We were tied at 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then since then, it's been the Blue Devils. And they have led by as many as 9 at 22-13. But a 6-1 run since then has made things a little bit interesting. And if Ava Miller can get another point or two on her serve, it'll get really interesting. 23-18 Brunswick. To the back row, and that one goes long, and we're game point. 24-18. Lieb serving for the game. Set for King. Keep her team in it, she does. The spike is good, 24-19 Blue Devils. Now serving is Janasia Washington. Compton puts it over, Sheets puts it over, and that's good. And Lorain loses game 3, 25-19. So Brunswick leads 2-1. We'll take a short timeout. We'll be back with game 4 with Brunswick leading 2-1. You're watching Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun and safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing?
Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect. Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun and safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing?
Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect. Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
And we're set for game 4 as Lorain trails 2-1. Brunswick serves to begin game 3. Sheets with the set. CC with a set for Lorain. And Clayton with the spike. Lorain takes the early 1-0 lead. So Lorain leads 1-0. Here you see Washington and number 15, Talia Lusain. Serving Ava Miller. Left side of the front row, dug out beautifully by Ava Miller. Set, Compton with a kill, dug out by Ava Miller. Miller sends it back over to the Brunswick side. Compton blocked at the net by Lusain and CC. 2-0. Lorain leads. Blue Devils up 2-1. Lorain needs this to send it to a 5th and deciding game. Brunswick, if they win game 4, would win 3-1. Washington, and that spike attempt is good. As unable to play it was Chesla. 3-0 Lorain. So the Titans with a nice start in game 4, the early lead. Ava Miller, you see her there, the junior center at 5'6". Back to serve. Jump serve. Must sends it. And then the cross-court hit by the Blue Devils, and they're going to get their first point. Make it 3-1. Is Addison Compton. No, I'm sorry. Alasia Ramos is out there now, number 6. I hadn't seen her. Ramos, and that's Ramos serving. Serves it into the net. 4-1 Lorain. Ramos will come out. Replacing her is a young lady that we've seen quite a bit tonight, and that is Adayan Sheets. Janasia Washington serving for Lorain. And from the right side of the front row, dug out, and the Titans get the point. And it's going to be 5-1. So it's been interesting from the standpoint, Brunswick wins game 2. Lorain won game 2. Let me start that again. Brunswick won game 1. Lorain won game 2. Brunswick won game 3. So does that mean Lorain can come back and win game 4? Time will tell, but they're off to a good start, up 5-1. Compton cranks it up. Washington dug it out. CC sends it over. There's a set right back for Emerson Sheets. Sends it back over to the Baez. Ava Miller with a set for Jayla King. Double block, and it goes out of bounds. Point Lorain. 6-1 Titans. So far, and here we're going to get an early timeout for Brunswick. Nice start to game 4 for the Titans as they're up 6-1. Game 1, again, went to Brunswick, 25-15. Game 2 to Lorain, 27-25. Game 3, Brunswick, 25-19. So far, each team has responded in a positive fashion. You see Coach Howell talking it over with his team. He's an assistant to Coach Irby. Titans up 6-1. And they're trying to tie this match at 2 games apiece. If they're successful in doing that, and we'll stick around for game 5, and don't forget game 5 only go to 15. So it's quite a bit different if you can get to a 5th game in a varsity match, because you've been used to playing to 25. You talk about the importance of a quick start. Well, in game 5, if you get that quick start, that can make all the difference because you only go to 15. Freshman match went to Brunswick in 2. JV match went to Brunswick in 2. Varsity. So far, we're to game 4. Lorain is hoping we have a 5th game. There's a long way to go for that. And Janasia Washington off the timeout, set to serve. Jump serve, dug out, but they can't pass it forward. 7-1. That was a heck of a serve by Washington. Dan Sheets was there, but She couldn't pass it ahead to her teammates. That is wide and out of bounds, and the Blue Devils get the side out, and they'll get the serve as they get the point. They're down 7-2. Back into the lineup is Casey Bells. Back to serve is the sophomore Lauren Schuett. Good line drive serve that Baez can't pass ahead on the serve receive. 7-3. Brunswick cuts into the lead. Baez, middle of the front row, Compton gets the point, 7-4. Lorain's lead was 7-1, but 3 straight for the Blue Devils. Schuett sends it, and that went off of Washington, and it was tipped, so that'll be a point for the Blue Devils, 7-5. Washington tried to get out of the way, and that hit, it looked like the top of her head. Schuett sends it long, 8-5 Lorain. But 4 straight points for Brunswick is tightened game 4 from 7-1 to 7-5 and now 8-5. Serving Jasenia Baez. Sheets sends it over Washington. Over to Jayla King. She cranks it up and gets the point. 9-5 Titans. Jayla King, the sophomore, playing well tonight. Whereas number 14 getting congratulated by her teammates. King again battling at the net. Sheets. Third hit. Bells goes up to get it, and it is going to be a point for the Blue Devils. 9-6. Serving, Sophia Lemmer, another sophomore. Boy, they play a lot of sophomores. I look on this Brunswick varsity roster, and there are 3 seniors, that's it. They got a lot coming back. Sheets, one of those 4 seniors, just sent it over. Now, Lorain sends it back to the Blue Devil side, and that'll go over to the net, but out of bounds. Point Lorain, they're up 10-6. Demaya Clayton checking back in, as is Jayla Kirksey for Lorain. Clayton to the front row, Kirksey to serve. Again, Coach Irby before the match was explaining to me that she felt this game was really, really important for her team. Overall, they're 12-5, 4-2 in the GCC. First matchup with the Blue Devils this year. Bells cranks up, dug out by Baez. Set, left side of the net. Nice job by King. Blue Devils played over on the third hit. Baez goes back to play it. Kirksey with a set. Again, they set up King. It's blocked at the net. Sending it back over was Madison Miller. Set, right side, and that one is going to be into the net. Went one of the Titans. That gives a point to Brunswick. It's 10-7 Titans. Subbing in is Delaney Marcellus, a junior. I don't believe we've seen her yet. Baez, Kirksey sets up Compton. She'll head it long, or Clayton, I'm sorry. Clayton sends it long, 10-8. 10-8, Blue Devils within 2. Serving Emerson Sheets, the senior setter. Line drive that goes just long and out of bounds, 11-8 Lorain. Jayla King. Serving. Blocked at the net. What a job there by the freshman, Janelle Butler. 12-8 Lorain. And that gets this Lorain partisan crowd excited. That was really well done. King jump serve. Sheets set. And Lorain, or I should say Brunswick, puts it into the net. And the Blue Devil that time was Marcellus. 13-8 Titans. Lorain trying to tie this at 2 games apiece and send us to a 5th game. Jayla King deep in the corner. Right side of the front row. Bells gets the point for the Blue Devils. 13-9. They set up Casey Bells. Outside hitter, sophomore. Now the libero, Adriana Chesla. King, set, Kirksey, and Clayton mishit it. 13-10, point for the Blue Devils. Chesla, her team down 3, serving. To the back row, Washington to Kirksey, and it's sent down by Clayton, but Brunswick's there. Again Kirksey, again for Clayton. She winds up, Sheets dug it out, and on the 3rd hit, the Blue Devils send it back. Washington will play it to Kirksey, right back to Washington. She'll send it to the Blue Devils. Right side of the front row, Marcellus put it, and it's just long. 14-10 Titans. Sheets to the back corner, and that one is going to be just long. 15-10. Boy, those last couple of shots by the Blue Devils have been real close. They have both been said to be long, and Brunswick wants another timeout, and this will be their 2nd and final timeout of game 4. The Lutner, she's trying to keep her team from having a 5th game, but right now it looks like we could be headed that way as Lorain is up by 5, 15-10, and they're down 2 games to 1. An injury can happen to your athlete during a practice or game. Self-schedule an appointment with a sports medicine specialist online at visitclevelandclinic.org/athlete-care. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is proud to be the official medical provider for Lorain High School and Titus. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti here with you. Freshman, JV, and varsity. Brunswick won the freshman and JV matches. Lorain's trying to win the one that matters most, and that's the varsity. But they trail 2 games to 1 right now. Up 15-10. Win and send it to a game 5. Again, that goes to 15. If Brunswick comes from behind, and then they would win this match 3 games to 1. Titans serving. And it goes to the back row. There's a set by Sheets, and it's blocked beautifully at the net by the Titans. Sheets sends it back over. Clayton plays it ahead. 3rd hit, Washington hits it into the net, point for the Blue Devils. 15-11. Subbing in for Brunswick. Going back to serve, Alexis Must, where's number 4. Also back in, a young lady that we've seen quite a bit, Addison Compton. Serve off the net, ace, 15-12. Titans up 3. Must serves, line drive into the net, point for Lorain, 16-12. Sub. Clayton comes out. Ava Miller will come in to serve. Miller serve. Left side of the front row. Washington is there for CC. She cranks up. And on the third, can they get it over? Brunswick does, but they put it out. And that goes long, 17-12. Lorain. Lorain up 17-12. Ava Miller to serve. Boy, that was a great effort by Brunswick just to get to that. But they still trail by 5. And mishit at the net by the Blue Devils. Lorain leads 18-12. Ava Miller, junior setter, 5'6", serving for Lorain. Sheets. And she can't, tries to save it to one of her teammates, can't get there. 19-12 Lorain. Brunswick out of timeouts. They can't talk it over at the bench. Their coach is trying to give encouragement, but boy, Lorain looks good right now. Ava Miller sends it deep into the corner. Must plays it ahead to Sheets. Right side of the front row, cranking that up is Marcellus, and that is in. That is in by Delaney Marcellus. And it's now going to be 19-13. Titans by 6. Titans got out to a 7-1 lead. They have never looked back. Brunswick's made it interesting, but that serves out of bounds and wide. 20-13. Lorain 5 points away from sending this to a 5th and deciding game. Serving, Janasia Washington. Janasia sends it too long and out. Point for Brunswick, 20-14. Serving, Lauren Schuett. Her team down by 6. Schuett, jump serve. Baez from the back row to Ava Miller. Over to Jayla King. She cranks up. Schuett gets it to Emerson Sheets. Now they set up Bells, and that's going to be a point for Brunswick. 20-15. Lorain has both timeouts remaining if they want to use them. Brunswick is out of timeouts. Schuett, jump serve, line drive. Washington plays it to Compton. Her spike attempt is blocked at the net. It's going to go over to Jayla King, and it falls onto the Brunswick side of the court. 21-15 Titans. Crowd getting into this one as this has been well played by both teams. An exciting match. Serving is Jasenia Baez. Line drive, back row, it's played by Must. Ahead, they're going to send it over to Jayla King. Set by Ava Miller, middle of the front row. And the freshman Butler tried to spike it, but she sent it too far and out of bounds. 21-16 Brunswick. Down by 5, but they get the serve. Coming into the game is Madison Miller. She comes back in. And coming in the serve is Sophia Lemmer. Lemmer, a sophomore, Miller, a junior. A lot of underclassmen on this Brunswick team. And from the middle of the front row, King sends it over. Dug out beautifully by the Blue Devils. Baez to Ava Miller. To Jayla King, back over to the Blue Devil side. Set by Sheets. And that kill attempt is dug out nicely by Washington on the third hit. Ava Miller hits it deep. Sheets with the set, middle of the front row. Bells had it dug out by Baez. Third hit. Miller puts it over to the Blue Devil side. Sheets sends it back, and that's going to be in. Boy, Emerson Sheets with a good job, put it on the line, and it's a point for the Blue Devils, and they trail 21-17. Lemmer serving, her team down 4. King back to the Blue Devils. We get a double hit. 21-18, and Lorain wants their first timeout. Timeout Titans. As the Titans lead by 3, but Brunswick is making this interesting as they try to win it in 4. Of course, Lorain is trying to send this to a 5th game as I look back at game 4. Lorain scored the first 3 points to go up 3-0. They scored 4 of the next 5 to go up 7-1. We haven't had a tie or a lead change, but Brunswick has made it close at different times. And it was 15-10 Titans. Since then, 8-6 for Brunswick, cutting a 5-point lead to 3. Blue Devils led by, or I should say the Titans led by as many as 7 fairly late at 20-13. And since that point, Brunswick has outscored Lorain 5-1 to really make this one interesting. So from being down 20-13 to now being down 21-18, Brunswick serves. It's Sophia Lemmer with Lorain trailing 2-1. Lemmer serving. King sends it left side of the front row. That was Butler for Lorain. King. Ava Miller will send it back over. Blue Devils can't get there. 22-18. Well played by the Titans. Subs coming in. Kirksey and Clayton. They'll replace Miller and Lucane. Kirksey to serve. Her team 3 points away from the game. Good deep serve. And on the third hit, they're able to get it over. As Chesla sent it over for Brunswick. At the net, Sheets sets it. They'll crank it up and get the point. 22-19. Casey Bells, once again, there she is, number 13. Coming back in, Delaney Marcellus. Third hit, they get it over. Back to the Blue Devils. Bells cranks it up, dug out by Washington. Again, they hit it, that's going to go out of bounds. 23-19 Lorain. They're 2 points away from a 5th and deciding game. That was a heck of a job by Washington to dig out that kill attempt. Sheets sends it back to the corner, but King got there for Washington, hits it over. Sheets again with a set, and Bells will put it down. It's 23-20. Boy, when Brunswick has to have it, now she'll come out, but they do like to go to Casey Bells, and then you see her go out. And serving for the Blue Devils, it'll be Adriana Chesla. And now we're going to get a sub for Brunswick. We haven't seen this young lady in a little while. She played early in the match. Nicole Jerkowitz, one of the seniors, she's back out there. Chesla serving, her team down 3. Third hit. Titans sent it over. It was Kirksey who did that. And at the net, they put it into the net. Game point. A miss hit there, miscommunication with Schuett and Madison Miller, and it's 24-20. Titans are a point away from a 5th and deciding game. Butler to serve. There's the set from the middle of the front row. Jerkowitz hit it, blocked right back at her. They'll try again, they block it at the net. And there's the point, and we're going to a 5th game. CC Armelin battling at the net, got it. And Lorain wins game 4, 25-20. And we're going to have a 5th game, which will go to 15. We are tied at 2 games apiece. So the Titans, who never trailed in game 4, win it 25-20. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with game 5 right after this timeout. You're watching Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
Down. So go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun and safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing?
Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect. Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun and safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing?
Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect. Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
Game 5. We're tied at 2. 2 games apiece. Lorain to start game 5 with the serve. The set for Compton. And she'll get the first point for the Blue Devils. Addison Compton, outside hitter, a junior, gives Brunswick a 1-0 lead. Remember, the 5th game only goes to 15. You must win by 2. Serving, Sophia Lemmer. Each team gets 2 timeouts. Lemmer. Middle of front row, CC Armelin with a spike. It's good. We're tied at 1. Lorain never trailed in the 4th game. Game 1, Brunswick 25-15. Game 2, Lorain 27-25. Brunswick in game 3, 25-19. Lorain battled back to win game 4, 25-20. To set up for this showdown. Set us up for this showdown in game 5. Winner take all. Line drive serve. Sheets. Middle of the front row. Bells sends it dug out by Baez. Coach Howell gets out of the way and the Titans get it over. And Baez again, or Bells I should say, sends it back over. Jayla King for Lorain, gets it back to the Blue Devil side. Middle of the front row, Madison Miller. And gets it over, and the point will go to Lorain. They're up 2-1. Blue Devils up 2-1. Emerson Sheets, the outstanding setter all night for Brunswick. Line drive serve, that's too deep. 2-2. Boy, serving really important now in this fifth game. Missed serves will be huge. Tied at 2. Will either team be able to get separation? Baez serving for the Titans. Sends it over to Brunswick, I should say. Bells with a kill attempt. That's dug out nicely by Ava Miller. Lorain sends it back over to the Blue Devil side. Left side of the front row is blocked by Lorain. Right side as Jerkowitz sent it over to Lorain's side. Played by the freshman Janelle Butler. Back to Jerkowitz. Her kill attempt dug out by Washington. There's a set, middle of the front row. Sheets sends it over, dug out by Washington, but that is going to go out of bounds. Point for the Blue Devils. They lead 3-2. Sheets has a knack for hitting them where they're not. She knows when to set up her opponent or set up her teammate. She knows when to send it over. King on the third hit. Back to the Blue Devils. Sheets with the set. Right side of the front row. Jerkowitz dinks it over. Gets the point. 4-2. Brunswick. Serving. Adriana Chesla. It goes off King. She can't serve, receive that time. 5-2 Brunswick. And we're going to get a timeout for Lorain. They take a quick timeout because, again, in the fifth game, it only goes to 15. So Brunswick is with the early 5-2 lead. They have scored 3 points in a row. We were tied at 1, tied at 2, and now it's 5-2 Brunswick. If you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, look no further than Joyce Buick GMC. They offer a diverse selection of Buick and GMC sedans, trucks, and SUVs that can fit any lifestyle or budget. Joyce Buick GMC and Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers are proud sponsors of the Lorain High School Titans. Rob Polinsky along with Mike Paciotti, another exciting night of volleyball. Greater Cleveland Conference between Lorain and Brunswick. Earlier this year we had Lorain with Cleveland Heights, Lorain with Shaker Heights, but this by far has been the most exciting varsity match of the three that we've seen. Tied at 2 games apiece. First time these two teams have met this year. And according to Coach Irby, it's the only time they'll meet. She emphasized to me in the pregame how important she thought this match was to her team. They come in at 12-5, 4-2 in conference play. King on the left side. They'll get it back to Jayla. She'll send it over. There's a set and the spike from the right side of the front row, and that is going to go long and out of bounds. And it is 5-3. So Lorain gets the point, and it's 5-3. And serving, it will be Jayla Kirksey. Kirksey sends it back. Sheets with a set. Jerkowitz at the dink, and it went off of Janelle Butler. And that's a point for Brunswick. They lead 6-3. Blue Devils up 6-3. Serving is Must. King, Baez, they got to get over right now. King gets it over, but it's wide and out of bounds. 7-3 Brunswick. Alexis Must senior. See her right there. Where's number 4 serving? Her team up by 4. Jayla King. Baez will send it over on the third hit. Must plays it ahead, and there's the dink, and Baez will run to try to get it, can't get it, and it's 8-3 Brunswick. Blue Devils up 8-3 in game 5. Jump serve by Must, 5-point lead. The set, and Clayton sends it over. Now back over to the Lorain side. Washington gets it over to Demaya Clayton. She gets the point, and the Titans needed that big time. They're down 8-4. King. Must. And it gets sent over on the third hit. Now King sets up Clayton, and Clayton mishits it, 9-4. Brunswick up 9-4. Game 5 goes to 15. Nicole Jerkowitz serving, a senior. Line drive, and instead of sending it over was Kirksey. And now it gets over to Baez on the third hit. Clayton sends it back to the Blue Devils. Laid ahead to Sheets. Sheets sends it over. Jayla King does a heck of a job of keeping that alive. King now sends it over on the third hit. Blue Devils play it. Sheets sets it up, and there's the kill, and it's going to be good by Lauren Shute. 10-4. And I believe Lorain takes their second timeout. They do. So the Titans are out of timeouts, and Brunswick has both of theirs remaining if they need to use them, but the Blue Devils out in front 10-4. They are 5 points away from this match. As you look back at it, we were tied at 1 and at 2, but Lorain has never led in game 5. And after the 2-2 tie, Brunswick has outscored them 8-2. They scored 3 straight points to make it 5-2. After Lorain point made it 5-3, the Blue Devils would get 2, and now 2 in a row again, and they lead 10-4. So Lorain, with a sense of urgency, down by 6, but more importantly, they can only give Brunswick 4 more points. Jerkowitz serving, her team up 10-4. Baez to Kirksey, back to Baez on the third hit, gets it over. Sheets will play it back to King. Kirksey with a set, and Butler sent it over on the third hit. And Shuett sends it, King dives to try to save it in the back row, can't. 11-4 Brunswick. Blue Devils been more aggressive here in the 5th game, getting into the offensive attack, where Lorain's basically been on the defense and doesn't get as many kill attempts. Jerkowitz serving, back row. Again, they'll play it, and Butler just got it over. It gets sent back to her. See if the Titans this time, but Clayton hits it into the net, 12-4. Thought maybe they could get into it there, but couldn't, and they're down 12-4. And Brunswick is 3 points away from the match. Jerkowitz serving, King plays it, puts it into the net, 13-4. Blue Devils, 2 points away from the match. They have dominated this 5th game. They have scored 5 straight points. Kirksey with the set. King from the back row, there's a point for Lorain. Titans get the serve back down 13-5, a lot of work to do. Back to serve is freshman Janelle Butler. Butler serves, back row, Sheets set, right side of the front row. It's a spike and it's match point. And it was Lauren Schuett who gives Brunswick match point at 14-5. And she'll go back to try to serve this match. Schuett for the match. Line drive, and there it is. Brunswick wins in 5, and they win the 5th game 15-5. As both teams get together to shake hands. And a great effort here tonight for both teams, but Brunswick will get the win. Lorain with the loss, they dropped to 12-6 overall. They're 4-3 in the GCC. So Brunswick wins the freshman, JV, and varsity. The freshmen and the JV, they swept, but they really had to fight to win this varsity match. They win it in 5, 25-15, 25-27, 25-19, 20-25, and in the 5th and deciding game, they won it 15-5. So that's going to do it for varsity volleyball tonight. But I want to thank Mike Paciotti again. Great job here. Appreciate all of his efforts, and want to thank you very much for watching. And again, the varsity volleyball tonight went to Brunswick in 5. The freshmen went to Brunswick in 2, and the JV to Brunswick in 2 games. For Mike Paciotti, this is Rob Polinsky saying thank you for watching, and you've been watching Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Volleyball.